Hello everybody, welcome back to Wampleville and welcome back to Cyber. We finally have Merlin here. Merlin figure ready to go. This is going to be super fun. We've got some references down in the corner there. It's going to have kind of a dark gray cloak. We've got some network that's going to happen here. We got glowy stuff that's going to happen here. And lots of cyber stuff going to happen here. So we're good to roll on that. Now we might, depending on how things go here. I just want to finish off this Guinevere right here. I was painting this during the Council of Miniature Painters, and we only had like an hour and a half on this thing. So we're maybe also might be fooling around with that after. Well, it depends what we get done here. So Armored Wolf, I've got the new kitties here. So there's the new kitties, and well, as you saw, I've got the different poses that I've been working on for these guys here. So yeah, there's these, and I'll try to again get you these files, plus the new ones. Hopefully, maybe tomorrow or something like that, so that you can. I wasn't sure what sizes you were thinking about for, potentially printing those or whatever. If you want to go 30 mil on the bases or a little bigger, something like that. As you can see, they're pretty solid, right? Pretty solid, so I don't think it'll be too hard to print those out at smaller sizes if you wanted to. I'm going to start doing some darker stuff here. Oh, I meant to get the Perline black out here. That's alright. That's alright, don't matter. I'm going to just take some of this, and we're just going to get some of this stuck in back here in the recesses, like you do. It's almost a bit glazy there, not quite a pin line wash, but I mean there's definitely some glaziness to it for sure. So I was moving a ton of stuff out of the garage, some of it into the garbage, stuff that I never got a chance to throw away during the winter because, well, winter and all that kind of stuff in garage. Some of that was gotten rid of, and now there was room for the stuff in the basement, like basically a whole bunch of terrain and stuff that is that's got to get moved to make room so that I can make a whole new room for all the new printing stuff. Let's do this, yeah, because that room's got to all be pretty much prepared, ready to rock and roll for when the two printers are going to go in there, the old ones. So, and I might do might sneak in a little bit of texturizing on his cloak here as well. Oh yeah, Armored Wolf. I just hit these with the spray cans because I was thinking, you know what? It's really no different than what I'm doing with the airbrush. Okay, maybe it's gonna splotch a little more. Who the heck cares? Because it's all getting covered. If this was maybe, I don't know, plastic or metal figures, maybe I wouldn't do this gambit. But I mean, it's resin. And, well, it's pretty darn absorbent, I gotta say. I'm gonna get me some of my radiant, well, not radiant, radiant violet there. So Armored Wolf, the one thing I have noticed this, for whatever reason, was it the ABS like or whatever, the resin that you were talking about, the red, that seems like the clear ones work just fine in the Anycubics, but the solid blue gray, it does not work at all. It is disastrous. So once I get that Saturn thing set up, if there's any settings you can suggest to make that resin work, we would appreciate that, right, Camda? Thanks, Camda. Appreciate that. Sorry about the lateness, Camda. It's the viscosity of it, I think, Armored Wolf, and I think the other thing is it's just is too cold in that area for it. I think any of remember the smoky black, one of the things, and it actually said that it was slightly resistant to temperature changes and colder stuff and all that. That's why I was using it. until it didn't exist anymore. So great to see you there, Mutu. Great to see you there, Camda. So sorry that this is a later start there, Mutu. There was lots of furniture moving and all kinds of stuff today. And again, there might be, we might have a second figure. It depends on what we're going with Merlin here. Maybe even if I feel like we got to let this paint set, gonna try and just get the last few thingy deers on Guinevere over there. I also was desperately trying to get one more set of prints going on the Anycubic. I think it's like a 12-hour print or something like that on each one. Well, one was like 11 hours and something. It was 11 hours 40 minutes, and one was 12 hours. So great to see you there, Camja, and great to see you too, Mutu. Now, Camja, like I was telling you, this is how I do all the terrain stuff, right? Is I just take the spray cans and I just hit it. I mean, this is essentially what I'm doing with the primer and the mixing in the stuff. So if I'm doing pretty much the same thing, what the heck? I'm just gonna go for it all the way. We're just gonna make our own Perline black, I think. Here with some of the other stuff we already got here. Yeah, we'll just do that. Keep it easy. So again, great to see everybody here. Appreciate you guys being here. Now, I do think that later, let's see, what would that be? Now, it depends. Well, I think for the Friday stream, I think the Green Man, or the Green Knight, sorry, the Green Knight will be probably the Friday stream. And then I would say, well, we'll see what we have for the Saturday stream. Let me get this. So I'm again just kind of sort of making our own Perline black here. And of course, Cam, if you want to share stuff in the chat, please go ahead. Same thing there, Mutu. I know that you don't really have things set up for that just yet. But again, appreciate everybody being here. Oh, that is not supposed to be all red green. It's going to get that coloration instead. So great to see you there, Valfira. Yeah, Valfira, I think I'll have to utilize... Now, was that from a movie or something there, Valfira? I wasn't sure what that was from, but I do think I might have to use some of those quotations there, Valfira. So don't be surprised if you hear that. That was pretty cool. Pretty cool. Here, let me get. We're just making up our own Perline black right here. Let's do this. So again, the cans of spray paint. Remember, those are not. That's not the aerosol stuff. It's acrylic paint in spray cans. It is not. It's not like spray primer or something like that. Now, of course, it's nowhere near as delicate as some kind of airbrush thing, but then when I'm using the airbrush, I just set it to as high a PSI as possible and just spray it as heavy as possible. So there was no point in with that many figures, because there was 15 of them or something that I had to do. So Valfira, I'm guessing you're talking about Lady of the Lake. That would be Nimue. I'm not quite sure what you're talking about there, unless you're talking about resins. In which case, all of these resins are water washable. It's just the that solid gray, blue gray resin or whatever that has a much higher viscosity, and it does. And I kind of researched that it does not do well at low temperatures. Hey there, bogus, how you doing? So it was one about the stress there, Valfira. One about the stress. I'm glad that you're starting to feel at least a little bit better there, Valfira. Well, Mutu, I guess the answer is always 42 or something. And when not how it goes, the answer is always 42 or something. But you can do it in dribs and drabs there, Mutu, if you want. So Bogus, thank you so much for joining us here. Appreciate that, of course. Like always. So we have finally got to the Cyber Merlin figure. And you got the references down there. We also have the Cyber Merlin bust. Now this was the test print here. I actually had the other one is Prime. So there's the Cyber bust version of Merlin. So yeah, Vilfira, that was. I mean, there's an awful lot of people. I think again, if you don't mind me using that Vilfira, I wasn't sure if that comes from a movie or something like that. I don't want to. What would you say? I don't want to use a quote and then people say, "Oh, that's very thoughtful and all that stuff." It's like, nope, I did not make that up, right, Valfira? Now again, we have to make sure that we get our glowy stuff here. Now, of course, now let me do a little bit of dry brushy stuff here. But there's all kinds of hot glue stringies here. It's like, where in the world did these all come from? Try this here again, some dry brushy stuff. But yeah, Velfair, that was really, really good. So again, if you hear it, you're like, wait a minute, I think I've heard that quote before. I thought, that could be pretty good. Oh, at some point, I usually do this stuff before the stream. We'll just have to hit the black stuff here during the stream. So apologies for that. Oh, look at this radiant periwinkle already there, Camda. Let's see. Well, Mutu, I never prime anything white anyways. No white, no black. It's generally either going to be some kind of neutral gray, that mid-range kind of brownish color. So not too light, not too dark, no white, no black. If you want to do, the dry brush, the lighter dry brush and glazy stuff on it, well, that's where maybe you prime it again, some kind of like that darker brown ebony flesh. That's the Steiner Res. If you want to go a little lighter, you could maybe use the oh gosh, was that? I think it's called either pale mustard or there's like a light neutral brown color too. So yeah, Mutu, I don't really do too much of the zenithal stuff. That's what this is for. Because remember, with that one of the reasons, one of the main reason why you're seeing me doing a little bit more of the, if you want to call it pre-shading, is only because there's some parts that are really hard to get to because these are all one piece. Yes, these are a one piece. There's not a whole bunch of pieces here. So instead of trying to jam the primer down in there with a brush, I just say the heck with it. And I just use something like this. There is a sort of a flesh-colored primer there, Mutu. Now, Mutu, what you could do is you could do, again, more like what I do, right? You could take the flesh-colored primer, maybe do the dark brown, then the flesh-colored primer, then you go over the top of that with some of your lighter stuff, so you could sort of make a bit of a zenithal, but at least it has some color to it. Because, yeah, doing that whole black and white zenithal thing, that is, with the oils, that's, well, essentially a waste of time. It really is. If you're going to do acrylics, I guess maybe that makes sense. But with oils, that all that does, it's just going to slow you down because you will just paint right over it. Yeah, so unfortunately for oils, that's not really, you don't want to be spending your time on that because, again, you'll be sort of spending your time on nothing because it'll all just get painted over. More of our, so whenever this is genuine radiant green out here, by the way. That's the real deal. That's not the it's not the fake stuff. That's the real stuff. Where's here more of this? Now this here not gonna have quite an intense glow, just a little bit of glow to it. Again, not too much. I can't remember what the name of that one is. There's there's basically like a pink Stino Res, but there is sort of a skin colored Stino Res. Great to see you there, Night Whisper. So, Night Whisper, have the cabinets at least gone in now? Or the countertops or cabinet, whatever. I think that was kind of what was on the menu there. But great to see you there, Night Whisper. And of course, again, Night Whisper, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead and do that. So again, we're just trying to kind of hash out what we want to have here as far as maybe some glowy stuff going on here. You can see how many times I've cleaned the brush so far, which is none. There have been 0 brush cleanings so far. Now, they did start putting in the kitchen cabinets. And again, Mutu, if you want to tint those skin colors a little bit, somewhere you can mix some inks with them for sure. I think you've seen some of the videos where we're doing that. Again, Night Whisper, if you want to share some stuff, please go ahead. Well, I'm glad that they did that, Night Whisper, instead of just kind of throwing up their hands and go, nah, all right, well, see you next time. Because I've seen it happen. I have seen it happen, even like just not too long from now. So glad that they're at least getting to that, Night Whisper. Bogus, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead. Bogus, that's never actually happened ever. Now, part of it is there's just too much stuff to do. Also, too, when it's what you do for a living, starvation and homelessness are very powerful motivators. They can fight through any painter's block. Bogus, yes. That is one surefire way to fight through painter's block. Is to go, yeah, better do something here. Otherwise, no electricity. Now, on the flip side of the thing, there, Bogus, the best thing to do is that, well, you just you change the viewpoint, right, Bogus? You just say, okay, fine, I'm gonna paint something else, Bogus. Maybe do a whole new project or something. Maybe as unrelated from what you were trying to do as possible, because that just that could maybe give you a little bit of a fresh view there, right, Bogus? So everybody check out that Golden Demon entry that Night Whisper had at Adepticon. And everybody, I also do everybody give Night Whisper a follow as well. So here's hoping Night Whisper, all that stuff gets done. You can maybe start streaming again. I mean, it's been a long time, right, Night Whisper? It's been a very, 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 very long time. So yeah, Bogus, just start something different, something that you would like, and instead of trying to kind of force feed something. I know for Kathy, sometimes her favorite miniatures were figures that she would just grab at the store, and someone was asking her, well, could you show me how to paint this? And because there was no, what would you say? There was no consequence behind it. It was just grab a figure and start throwing paint on it. Those tended to go better for her because you couldn't overthink it. There was nothing to think. It was just do. Less thinking, more doing. That's fantastic. Again, Night Whisper, if you want to share, again, everybody please give Night Whisper a follow. Also give Camda a follow. Now, Camda, did you get a chance to post your stuff there? Hopefully you did. Thanks, Velfair. Appreciate that. Whoops. There's a big old clump of paint. I need to get rid of that. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Camda just shared. Because I know Bogus says sometimes for folks, if there's, what would you say? Well, there's kind of like a expectation and pressure. It's like, oh, I really want to do this. It's a big project, right? And it just, well, it's stressful, right, Valfira? It's stressful, and that your cup of stress, it could be a. Here we go. A thing of this filled with stress. If you hold this thing long enough, your arm's gonna fall off, right, Valfira? Speaking of plants, Valfira. Oh, and Valfira, I hand out homework all the time, right? But I also do homework here. Look at this, Valfira. Yeah, see that? And I also have the red resin. So, yes, when homework is given to me, Valfira, I do it. But yeah, I've got to do those stupid plants. I got to get those stupid seeds. And well, if I did bring in the table, it was meant for something else, but it's actually something that I kind of need. It's the same table I used to plant the seeds, to set up and plant the seeds last year. So technically, I did work towards that goal. I'm gonna say technically I worked towards that goal. So I'm gonna say that's a win for me. And again, everybody, please give Canda Paints a follow. Give Night Whisper a follow. Camda, right now I have the young Guinevere, the young Cyber Guinevere figure printing out. Actually, where is this? Now I don't have all of the. There's So this is the corrupted version of Lady of Shalott, and again, these computer screens here, those are going to have all kinds of scenes of basically the collapse of Camelot and all that kind of stuff. And of course, our last stream, we were painting up our Cyber Lancelot there, and this is the first time you can see him side by side, so you can kind of see again why Guinevere was this coloration. Nice to see you there, Polygram. Now it's a happy Tuesday here. It is officially a happy Tuesday here, so happy Tuesday there, Polygram. Camda, that one, all kidding aside, Camda, I think that one might end up being, as far as just a pure artistic whatever, that one might end up being the most artistic of all of the painted sculpts anyway. It might not look all that much different right now. but it's pretty much going to it's really going to lock in that character, Camda. Is it the and the story and everything. Now I don't know if people saw that Council of Miniature Painters, but last night I held up the rule book. Where is that thing? It's sitting over all the way over here. Okay, 1 second. Time out. Well, I mean, it's at least it's the collection of all the PDF stuff. All right, there you go. And also it had this. So there's all there's your character cards right there. And when I did do this, among many other things, hey, look at this. CAD is free. So CAD is and I'm gonna do the spraying thing on him too, Valfira. Now, Valfira, there's going to be figures, busts, and bas reliefs of everybody, corrupted and uncorrupted characters. Because, well, basically, keep in mind that obviously this is it's about the figures first, the games second, and well, we want to have all those nifty figures ready, right, Valfira? So, Polygram, I hope that you're doing well. Again, appreciate you being in here. Now, this little item here, this, and I've actually got to print out some more of these. Let's see, the smaller ones. But you can see, here we go. So that's a smaller version of this piece right here. So again, I love these. These are super fun. And again, well, all these different nodes. If you saw the, oh yeah, that's right. Where's my dice here? No, that is not where I can get to it. So well, there's already going to be bas reliefs of them there, Valfira. Speaking of which, didn't we do this one on? Yeah, we did this one on Thursday, didn't we, Valfira? Now there we go. There's a bas relief of our onion lady. Ooh, actually, Valfira, that's what I screwed up yesterday. I had forgotten to run out there and get another thing of the scallions for the sweet potato there. So yeah, Valfira, very sad I had a sweet potato with no scallions on it because I forgot to run out there and grab some during the day. And yeah, I wasn't about to go out there at 2 in the morning with a flashlight to try and grab some scallions. That might have attracted the attention of the neighbor's security cam, and they would have yelled at me too. They would have literally said, "What are you doing there? Are you crazy?" Because they've got that Ring doorbell thing with a microphone. So whenever I'm in that area, if I'm doing something there, I'll hear Delilah say, "What are you doing over there?" Now this is going to be blue anyways, so I'm gonna get some of this in here anyways. And again, I might put some texture on this here. So Night Whisper, now what have you been streaming now that you're back, or is it literally just anything you can find? Doesn't matter. I wasn't sure if you were trying to kind of maybe stream towards a new project, or if it's just like I don't care. I just want to get the camera on and get some painting done. The Camden, the houses here. Essentially, for me to be grabbing those scallions, I'm practically at their gate anyways. I'm like 3 feet from their gate. Yeah, I'm like right on top of their house as it is. I think I don't know if I've ever sent you pictures of the neighborhood here, Camden. It's close quarters. Just ask Armored Wolf. And by close quarters, I mean I can touch your house and my house and be standing in between them. It's that close quarters. Bogus, I couldn't tell you the last time I've been invited to be on a podcast. I used to be invited all the time, but it's been years. I mean, I'm not joking. I think it's been years since I've been on a podcast or anything like that. We just choose to be here in obscurity, bogus. we just Wampleville. That's why Wampleville is its own entity, bogus. Yes, we toil in obscurity here. That's what we do. Well, that's going to be fantastic there, Belfira. Oh yeah, oh that's right, that is right. Now, Valfera, or sorry, Night Whisper, I'm hoping that all of the stuff we were talking about there kind of helped with that, and you were able to get things locked in. I know there was a little bit of back and forth, but I think you're all locked in on that, right? Your approach and stuff. It's kind of funny, Valfera. I did threaten several times to just put like a piece of duct tape over it. But they said if I did that, then I wasn't going to get any of the stuff that Jose made. None of his flautas, none of the Mexican spaghetti or anything like that. So yeah, they said if you duct tape that thing, you're never getting any of the tasty vittles anymore. Boy, Night Whisperer. Now, of course, I don't actually have the Williamsburg Indian Yellow out here right now, but boy, Night Whisperer. I have treated myself over the last couple of paint sessions to genuine Williamsburg Indian Yellow, and holy smokes, it's every bit like we were talking about. Every bit like we were talking about. The Valfera is not wrong. If I roll and fall off the roof, I'm going to be either in Alberto's house or in Jose's one of those two houses. That's what I'm rolling into. Yeah, this I'll hit their house because I'm going to have momentum going. So yeah, I'm going to go right through one of their windows, which is why we have that brand new ladder, which at some point in June that's going to be utilized to start doing the gutter stuff on the other side of the house. All right, now that we've done that, I will try to take this and some of this, a little bit of our green here. And this should start to make some of the light look, well, later. On Merlin's staff right here. Now we do, where are you hiding? There he is. So we do already have the bas relief version of uh, Mr. Merlin done already. Let me do again that darker stuff up here. And again, that is going to give our light more lightness to it. Once we start getting some of the warmer colors in here, potentially a film noir should be interesting. But we want to get some warmer stuff in there, right? Because that's going to be, you know what? Oh, also, too, you haven't seen this in a while, Camda. It's the Terra Rosa of greens. You know what that is. You know what that is. That is fabulous chromium oxide green. Even in its alkyd form, look at how powerful this is. It is nothing to be trifled with, right, Camda? Don't mess with the oxides. And it's mixed in with some of the other stuff, and it still is pretty darn potent there. Let me get a little of that mixed into here. Okay. Well, I can only imagine. I can only imagine there, Valfira. Let's do some of this. Now, I guess the other question I was wondering about there, Valfira, is there some any kind of the physical therapy stuff? That's what I was gonna ask. What sort of possible physical therapy exercises might work for that? Night Whisper, that is really fun stuff. I mean, it acts very much like Terra Rosa. It's just that it's green. It does a lot of the stuff that Terra Rosa does. No, that should be in shadow there. That not so much. Keep rolling with this here. Again, this is nowhere near our lightest stuff anyhow. Nowhere near that yet. But we're what, a half hour, 36 minutes in, and we can kind of see how this is starting to play out here. It was kind of fun starting to get well, at least basically primer on the corrupted versions of our Cyber Thurians. Yeah, Night Whisper. There's night. Yeah, there's like two new lines of no. Since Adepticon, there's effectively like three more lines of miniatures, and of course we will be working on the. Sorry that I didn't have the Starship stuff for today. I will definitely try to be working on that for Monday of next week. Part of the problem is that again I'm trying to. There's a whole bunch of time being dedicated to shifting a whole bunch of stuff around in the house so I can create that second printing area. And much like the daisy chain of destruction, one area has to be destroyed so that you can move another area, which destroys that area in the process of getting it ready for another area. And that's just kind of how things roll here. Some glowy eyes is for Merlin there. That's well. Sorry about that, Velfira. Again, trying to this is some of our light coming down here. Doing that here on his fingers on top of this. And at a certain point, I'm going to take the fluoro blue, and we'll do some dry brushy stuff over this as well. But remember, this is nowhere near white. I mean, it's in the proximity to white, but it is most definitely not actual white of any kind. Speaking of the Terra Rosa of greens, we're going to use actual Terra Rosa mixed with some of our blue here. Yeah, Velfira, kind of, these have to be because we needed a complete. I need to have for the at least for the promo video, I need to have all of the characters, and some of them have taken well, like the regular Galahad. I'm still messing around with those wings. Now Velfira, I'm still thinking about going NASCAR for our linseed racer. I know that folks want to see F1 and all the other stuff, but I don't know. For some reason, there, Velfira, I got the hankering to go NASCAR for the next linseed racer. Well, I guess now, Cam, if any point anybody ever says to you, touch grass or something like that, you just hold up your tube of chromium oxide green. You say, I've got it right here. Now, Night Whisper, actually, Night Whisper, shoot me a message because I haven't really shown anybody the Cyber Yomi stuff, but that's another one of the new miniature lines. Yeah, it's another one of the new miniature lines that I've been working on. I do have one of the busts here that we removed all of the supports on, and this one was printed out somewhat larger. So yeah, that's the first of the Cyber Yomi busts there. That's one of, oh gosh, was it 14 different Japanese goddesses? And that's been super, super fun. Now, I think Night Whisper, you remember some of the bas reliefs that I did? Well, maybe more like the flats of the Japanese goddesses that I was working on. Yeah, these should be super, super, super fun. Now, Velfira, did you get to see most of the council thing or all of it? I can never know what people can see, Velfira, right? Because I can only see my screen. Unlike here, I can see what everybody else can see, but on Monster Dens there, I can't see nothing. I can only see what my own screen and what I'm looking at. I'm gonna try and get me some of this in here now. Like so. Again, just trying to catch a little light coming down this way now, and you can see that this is a warmer color here. Cool as it might be, it's a warmer color still than, say, that. And now as the other colors start getting on the brush, you can see it becomes almost a bit, it's a loaded blending brush now. Now, was that happening the whole time there, Velfer? Again, I couldn't see anything. Let's do this. And I don't know if people could see what I was painting or not. Well, the Guinevere anyways. And again, if there's time here towards the end of the stream or something like that, or if I need to let this paint set, I can always break out Gwenny here, and we'll just try to finish off some of that stuff there. Right, Nurgle Matthew, how you doing? So, Nurgle Matthew, I hope that, of course, like always, everything is well there. Or spectacular. I mean, well is well enough, but spectacular is very nice. So here's hoping it's all spectacular. Doing this. More of this. And for folks that'll be going to Gen Con, hopefully you'll be able to check out the armored Wolf booth where we have a whole bunch of kitties that they're going to be selling. So these are these we've got like I think 4 or 5 designs now. You'll be able to get those in the Armored Wolf booth. Well, that's it. That's actually very interesting, Valfira, because again, I didn't have no idea, what other folks are able to do there. So that's actually good information there, Valfira. Appreciate that. That is nope, nope, nope. I'm gonna use this one. Now that's a more traditional blending brush that's got no paint on it. Let's do this right here. I'll send you some of the other pictures of them. Valfira. Now they'll probably be the first. What would you say? The first test prints that I do when I move the printers on. Well, hopefully tomorrow. Hopefully by this time, as in like maybe early Wednesday morning or something. Those printers have been moved into their new location and they are both up and running. Now, obviously, going to have to re-level them and all that other kind of stuff because they're not going to be. I don't have a rock solid oak table for them to sit on. I might have to also be getting some either I don't know new furniture or something for some of that, depending again on what I see in there. No problem there, Night Whisper. Lurking is like working, especially when you're working. Okay, I'm just gonna do semi dry, but you can see, right? And this is gonna get darker here now. It's going to get darker like this. It's not just darker, it's got a little bit of coloration to it as well. All right, it's got that bluish tint to it. Leaving that be. Let's get some blue tint in here now. Might chuck a little more there. Now, let me do a little something here, and then maybe let's maybe do an early film noir here. Valfira. Maybe we should do an early film noir just so people could kind of already start to see the impact that little splash of the warmer color here made. So it's something like this area right here. Let's see what happens with a film noir right here. I mean, does it really look like there's any glow at all anywhere, especially down here? Yeah, these early ones sometimes, Velfir, these early ones show actually more than the ones further down the line. Here, let's bring it back again. Let's bring that back. So okay, you can see the cooler color here, the warmer stuff there, and then even here already starting to make a bit of a difference. Hey there, Pascal, how you doing? So Pascal, I think. Oh no, I don't. I think you had a chance to see this one, right? This was our last stream right here. Finally got a chance to do Cyber Lancelot there. Everybody, please give Pascal rules a follow. Oh no, I think it was this one. Yes. I think I might have been painting this one when we raided you, right? Oh no, that would be the Saturday stream. So thanks for being here, Pascal. And again, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead and do that. I'm going to, yeah, let me take this here. And of course, yeah, Pascal, please share some stuff in the chat. Everybody, please give Pascal rules a follow. If you could, that'd be sensational. Now we're going to start getting some of that into here. And just a little bit of, and same thing on the other side. Same deal there. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Pascal just shared. And everybody please give Pascal a follow. So Pascal, I'm guessing you're not going to be streaming. I don't think you'll be streaming later today, will you? I know that trends towards more of a Sunday type of a thing there. But if you are, definitely let folks know. Now we're going to try and get some glowy stuff down here too. We're 50 minutes in. Oh, that'd be nifty. That'd be nifty there, Pascal. So Pascal, I've got a whole couple of new lines of figures. Now I think since you've been able to catch a stream, I have an entire line now of the basically the corrupted versions of these characters. So yeah, there's a whole new line of miniatures based on the Cyber stuff, and it happened as I was working on the mechanics for Lancelot here. As I was working on his game mechanics, I thought, well, that would be kind of nifty to see what would he look like as a figure. I'm sorry I don't have them up here, Pascal. I still have them all down in the, well, I think they're all in the kitchen now. But Pascal, I already have a bust and a figure. Oh, well, here we go. I do have this one in here. Let's see, and there's one actually. There's another screen that goes up here. So this is the basically the corrupted version of the Lady of Shalott right here. And on the monitors, you're going to be seeing scenes of basically the fall of Cyber Camelot. You're going to see some, well, obviously some scenes of horror and all that kind of stuff. And this can kind of again give you an idea of the again here everything is cohesive, right? You have the fiber optics through the fabric. Here, everything has become corrupted. Everything is essentially fallen here. And then we have, again, another screen over here. So the idea is that she represents the mainframe, and she basically sees the destruction of Cyber Camelot at hand. And, well, then the mainframe shuts down. Because in the game, she's not a character, she's an event. Yeah, so she is an event that happens in the game. If that event occurs, that is not a good event. That is not what the characters want to see happen. And unfortunately, I don't have the tiles in here, but well, again, I was showing those on the Council of Miniature Painters thing last night. So yeah, I do have this here at least. I do at least have this here. So there we go. And here's the, well, you can, there it is. And of course, here's the character cards right here. And the reason these are kind of stone is that these mimic the design of the game tiles. So all these patterns right here, those are actually in the game tiles. And, here you go. Here you go. I think we got it in here. At least I think we do. 1 second here. No, that's not it. That's not it. There it is. So when I was doing, again, the character of Lancelot, you could see here's Nimue. There's Guinevere. That is Galahad. Now, of course, Galahad normally appears like this, but the Grail Code is written into his armor. So should he fall to the predations of Mordred, and actually this is printing right now, Pascal, this figure. I've already got this, the bust-in figure of this, the bust-in figure of this printed out. Now, and of course, again, here is there's the Lady of Shalott, and this is going to be another kind of like a diorama type scene here. I was thinking this could be fun as another bas relief right there. And of course, again here, oh, you reckon there's Merlin right there. Yeah. So it's a semi-cooperative tile building game there, Pascal. So think of it as semi-co-op. Anybody can and might be a trader at any point in the game. So Arda Michael, if you want to share some stuff in chat, like usual, please go ahead. Nice to see you there, Inganes. Well, you definitely got some stuff to share in the chat. Everybody, please give Inganes a follow. And again, congrats, Inganes, on the new edition. Well, yet another new edition. Again, Inganes, you do about 9,500 more. You got yourself an entire Urukai army there. So somebody better get busy. So Pascal, the game itself is not it's not a miniatures game. Obviously, you can have these. Think of it almost like you would have, say, a figure that represents you. If you're doing like an RPG thing there, Pascal. So yeah, the game itself is it's a board game, and it kind of just the idea is to carry the story, because I really love the story of this universe right here. Mordred, he cannot create anything. He cannot physically destroy anything. What he does is he multiplies the truth. And oh gee, I wish I could show you, Pascal. I actually have printable dice, so the entire game is printable. You can print the character cards. You can print out the dice. You can print out the tiles. So yeah, the only thing you get from me is STL files. And you can print the tiles however big or small you want. I would suggest, well, again, I'm working at 60 mil. You could print them out bigger if you want. I don't know about smaller. It'd be hard to see. That's the only reason I'm saying, well, yes, you could fit more on the table, but boy, you'd have a heck of a time seeing them. Camden, I don't know if I probably haven't sent you the picture of this years and years and years ago when I was in art school. We created a game that was called Paintopoly. It was the game of watercolors. And I actually took that up for my final critique, and people dared me. They said, "Oh my gosh, you can't do this. You can't do this. Irv is gonna he's gonna send you he's gonna send you off the top of this building if you show him that." And I showed it to him, and he loved it. He said, "Put a mat on it." I actually painted the board in watercolors on hot press watercolor board. And it was the game of watercolors. And I still have that to this day. There is actually I have a photograph somewhere of us actually playing that game. So well, of course, then there's all the baseball strategy games that I made. So making games is not something that's new to me at all. It's something I've been doing, well, a lot. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Arda Michael just shared. When you're the youngest of 7, Camda, let's put it this way, any existing games are not exactly in 100% pristine condition by the time they get to you. So I pretty much just had to take whatever pieces and bits there were and kind of manufacture my own stuff out of it. I think that's what it traces back to, Valfera. So yeah, let that there for prospective parents out there or current parents. Don't give your kids complete anything. You know, whenever you could buy them something for Christmas or something like that, take it out of the box, mix it up with something else, and then feed it to them a little bit at a time, and that'll get their creative stuff going. They'll absolutely love it. Yeah, they'll absolutely love it that they got like half of a Barbie house, some kind of Lego stuff, part of an erector set, an easy bake oven, um, a GI Joe, a Monopoly game. Just give them a whole bunch of separate stuff like that, and it's up to them to manufacture a game for themselves. That's what you call good, solid, independent thought, right, Valfira? Now I'm trying to get me some reflected light here. That is also not that glowy light either. You know what? I might try to get some of these things out of the way here. So let me just take my collection of filberts. Good grief, this is one heck of a collection of filberts right here. Those are just gonna go somewhere else. Okay, there you go. You can see things a little bit easier now. So yeah, there were a bunch of games that I had where it was literally just maybe, if I was lucky, there was about 80% of the game there, maybe 85%. So that required a little bit of creativity there. Again, doing some reflected light there, like you do. Again, no, I'm not gonna do the later stuff on that just yet. I will get some darker green going here though. Again, I don't have actual Perlene black out on the palette here, so we're just gonna roll with what we got. Well, see, there you go, Valfair. You can just say, well, if you had given me the whole thing instead of like half a GI Joe, I would have melted the other half of the GI Joe in the easy bake oven. Either that, or you do some kind of bizarre medical experiment, and you have half of a GI Joe and half of a Stretch Armstrong, or something like that. I don't know. That'd be like some kind of weird surgical game or something like that. Instead of GI Joe, it's GI Tract or something like that, and you're just doing operations on them. Let me do get some darker stuff down in here. But see, once again, think of how valuable that is for kids, because now they can. That who knows? They might end up in the medical profession. Let's do this. Some more dark there. Some more dark around this. Then we'll be coming back with much lighter stuff here. Don't worry about that. I think there's at least 3 of those here, Valfira. At least 2 of them spraying leaks. I know that there was one where it just kind of like sat there because if actually stretched it, that was well, that was going to lead to a bit of a mess. I guess they just don't make them like they used to, Valfira. Guess they just don't make them like they used to. Let me get some dark down in here now, like you do. Well, there we are. So yeah, Pascal, very excited about the basically the corrupted versions of all these characters. And the only reason it happened is because I was working on them again, the game mechanic for Lancelot, because obviously his trait is the divided loyalties. So he's the easiest of all the Grail Knights, if you want to call that, to corrupt. The one that's the hardest is Galahad, so that's why his consequences are more severe. Because, well, again, you know, Grail Code infused armor and all. And of course, the Green Knight, like we mentioned earlier, we'll probably be painting him up on, I would say, the Friday stream most likely. He is not a playable character. He is an NPC. Should enough corruption appear out on the board, or enough corrupted tiles or whatever, it's possible that he would be triggered. And if he is triggered and he shows up, he would basically, whatever the nearest character is, the nearest playable character, he, shall we say, he judges them and assesses their fitness for the quest in restoring the Grail Code. And now, Pascal, that's I remember those the bas reliefs you were working on, and I think that there was another thing that you loved, the story kind of that they told, right? Those together, and that's kind of, think of an entire miniature line here, Pascal, is sort of like a storybook. Actually, ooh, I wish I had it here, but I also have a basically a young Guinevere. Again, it's all from the paintings that I did, but yeah, it's a young Guinevere. Again, with the kind of the cyber motif. And again, Pascal, if you wanted to share that too, I know you did you shared your Instagram there, but if you want to share those specifically or something like that, I know that you really loved those, and everybody thought they were really fantastic. So if you wanted to share those or something like that again, please go ahead, because it kind of it definitely plays into what we're talking about here. Now we're starting to, you can really see it now. Right? There's no white on here. There's nothing even close to it. Not even close. Now down here, I think we can do some of this. Oh, radiant. You know what? I'm gonna put it out there. What the heck? Since we can. Is this it? Oh yeah, here we go. Nope, that's not the. Is that the one? That's not the one. Where's my radiant turquoise? That's what I'm looking for. Look at that actual genuine radiant turquoise. The tarot cards. That's it, Pascal. The tarot cards. And again, you want to share those or whatevs, please go ahead. That might have been a little bit more than I'm going to need, but what the heck. You only live once. So put out as much of the radiant turquoise as you need. There you go. So everybody check out that Instagram link that Pascal just shared. And again, everybody please give Pascal a follow. Pascal might just be doing a live stream later. So where are we at in the process there? So we're just a little bit over an hour. We are just a little over 1 hour now. Let's start getting some of our not worked up here. Once again, as light as this looks, guess what? It's not. It is not white. It's nowhere near white. Nowhere near white. I think I can actually zoom in now at this point. Yeah, we can zoom in a little bit now. The one thing this stuff is it's going to be more opaque than even some of the, well, than the not radiants, as we call them. Yes, our line of not radiant colors. There we are. Well, we're probably gonna rejigger some of our darks in this area too. Get a little something. There we go. I might scare up. Let me see. Is that? Nope, that's not the brush that I'm looking for. Maybe this one is. Nope, not that one. Maybe this is the. Oh, no, not that one either. Let's try you. Now, I just there's a couple of little things I need for reference points, especially like the oculus and the eyes. I need to get some really light stuff in here. Oh yeah, can see that much more now. Bingo, there we go. So those start to have a bit more of a go. This too. Try and work in more of our light here. Bingo. Not quite a pin line wash. I mean, it's in the neighborhood, but not quite. More. In here. And I'm pretty sure that as we do this, that definitely starts to take on some more brightness. More and more like source lighting. Had to wait on this though. Could not be a hasty hobbit. Whoops, more here. Ah, look at that. Bingo. That all of a sudden starts to burst forward. There we are, and now we can start to do some of that light on other parts of the staff. Here, his hand start to get that a little bit lighter. Now, I did take some of our radiant turquoise just now. That's gonna start going on his hands here. Separate these. Where are we at here with this? Yeah, we are. Down we go there. Here. So the other, was it the other pressure sensitive tablet arrived. So I can set that up on another machine that basically it's smaller. It's way smaller. That was the one that was very cheap. So that will go up in the area where I'm gonna mostly be, say, filming stuff instead of actually doing genuine sculpting.
So say we all. So say we all.
Hey there, Tim. How you doing? Thank you so much for the sub there, Hobby Time with Tim. And Hobby Time, if you want to post some stuff in the chat there, please go ahead. That's the usual one there, Night Whisper. The one we were talking about, the Princeton short liner brush. So thanks again, and again, Hobby Time with Tim. You want to, Hobby with Tim. You want to post some stuff there? Please go right ahead. What are we at here? There we go for Hobby with Tim. And of course, everybody please give Hobby with Tim a follow. Now again, we're back to something that is not actually white here. It's in the neighborhood, but it's not actually white. Here we are. There's some of our lights there. We're gonna have some of that reflecting off of this now. Now that's fantastic, Hobby with Tim. Tim, I've kind of just now starting to reveal some of the Cyber 3 stuff again, the game and such. That's been working really hard on that. But there's other stuff maybe that's not, say, part of that current project there. So yeah, Night Whisper, these are definitely much better. Because they're actual liner brushes. The other ones really they're more like they're spotter brushes. And that's a whole different thing there. That is a very different ball of wax. Try and get me some more of that up in here again. Now we're getting even closer to where the light source is. Let's lighten this up some more. Actually, I can move this now. There we go. So everybody, please check out that link. Is that Insta link? No, it's a YouTube link. Check out that YouTube link that Hobby with Tim posted there. Now, everybody give Hobby with Tim a little sub on the YouTubes there as well, because that always helps, right, right, Tim? Doing a little bit of sub activity there. Okay, there we go. Again, the Oculus and that can still get a little bit later. We will do that when we grab, say, the fast mat white. We might have gotten maybe a little bit too late on the end of his snooze there, but there we go. We'll just kind of do a little bit of a blending exercise. Yeah, Night Whisper, the spotter brushes are just, even if they work okay at the start, they get destroyed super quick. And I mean, like, as soon as you start using them, they're just getting destroyed because, again, with the shorter bristles, you're beating them up more. The paint's going almost directly into the ferrule. Lots of, a whole lot of not good stuff, right, Night Whisper? Whole lot of no bueno there. Give me some of our weight on the end of, yeah, there we go. Working, yeah, a little bit of our light up on top of that now. Yeah, light coming down this way. Here we are. There was another graphic that I meant to have that kind of showed the painting and the original painting and the basically the cyber version of him and the artwork there and the contrast of them, but how similar they were. I mean, it was the exact same view of Merlin as the painting. It had all the cyber elements to it instead of it being just a typical kind of fantasy illustration of Merlin. There just unfortunately I was trying to get that graphic up there. I'm like, nope, it's going to be Tuesday if I keep trying to fool around and get that set up. So I just said, nope, forget it. Let's just get the stream going. Nice to see you there, Surface Tension. So Surface Tension, why don't you share some oil paint links there in the chat like usual? Surface tension. I'll send you some new pictures. I think I sent you some of the ones of the new uh, corrupted Cyber Arthurian characters. If I haven't, I'll send you some. Everybody check out that link. That surface tension just shared right there. Now I wonders, let me see. I think I can do this here. 1 second here. Here we go. Of course, 1 second here. What is going on here? So this is there we go. That is a collection there. I know a lot of these are again the kind of the dark version of the Cyber Arthurians here. 1 second, go away, and then this is again trying to use the spray cans there. There you go. There's our dark version of Lancelot. So yeah, there's a whole collect. Oh, there he is. There's the Merlin we're working on now. And again, these are some of the non-types. So we have Bridget here. We have like a priestess right here. There's the Arachne bust. Be painting that. Oh, there's our Nimue. Oh, there's another Nimue there. There's Lancelot there. Let me see if we can smush that down. And there we go. Can see him a little bit better now. So there is there's your Nimue. There's your Lancelot. There's another version of Guinevere right there. There's the bust of Merlin. And that's just some of the brand new sculpts. That is just some of the brand new sculpts. And of course, again, last week we did Cyber Lancelot. Again, a little bit of sneaky freehand on the back there too. And of course, you can kind of see now that he has some paint on him. So there's our Cyber Guinevere, and that's again, it's kind of that whole pre-Raphaelite foretelling, foreshadowing. So again, everybody please check out that link that Surface Tension just posted, and everybody please give Surface Tension a follow on the Instas there so you can see every time Surface Tension posts something new. Let me get some, yeah, I'm going to make this a little, no, not quite that light. Let me back off here 2 more. There we are. And again, I was thinking of doing some texturizing on this here. I mean, if people are going to be putting texture on basically the 28 mil fig or something like that, we can get away with it on a 75 because basically that's what these are sized to. They're essentially sized to 75 mil. And again, the game itself, not a miniatures game. It's all about the tiles. So think more tiles, token, and dice. That's really more what the game is about. Some of the characters that'll be in the first expansion, you would see things like Percival, Gawain, Igraine, the Fisher King, Vortigern. So that is something that will be coming up again after this first set. And of course, all of the characters will have their, this version of them, and then they will also have the again the corrupted versions. Let's see. Well, Tim, it's the only thing that really matters is are you having fun doing it, right? Because if it's not fun, what is the point, right, Tim? It does not. If it ain't fun, it nothing matters. And doesn't matter what the medium is or anything like that. The only question is, am I having fun doing this? As long as that answer is yes, it's all bueno, right? Right, Tim. So Valfira, as I was looking in with all of the trademark stuff and everything, I sort of, even if it's not really something that I want to push people to do, I need to have one Patreon tier where it's just okay. This is the tier, and you get all of these files. Now I want to have it be part of. So let's say okay, like this one here. We use this one in a tutorial. So this would be just part of the regular Patreon pledge, right? Same thing with our Nimue. If it's part of a tutorial series, that would just be again part of the regular thing. But as far as like the big bundles of stuff there, yeah, because I basically to be able to do the second, the first level, I'm just gonna call it the first classification. Is just it's basically the name. It's like this is mine. The second classification that's sales and use, and well, you have to be selling it somewhere. And I definitely don't want to be putting this stuff out on my mini factory yet because, well, I want to have the complete bundles, and the bundles are not complete yet. But if I put it on the Patreon page, I can kind of it can kind of work into it and just kind of keep adding it. So yeah, that's kind of the plan moving forward for the Cyber stuff. Is that the as far as and also too again, I'm working on the supports as well because not everybody's gonna want to have to figure out supports for them and stuff. So I've actually got more and more of these that let's just say I have successful prints. Successful prints means well we can say all right those supports must have worked. Now we're gonna start thinking about some texturizing here. Start thinking about that. We'll do this with the darker stuff. I'm gonna try and infuse some, maybe a little bit of the brown in here. Might even get some Van Dyke brown out there. I don't know. Could happen there too. So see the Night Whisper. See how this has the, and I've been using this for hours and hours and hours, and it's still standing up pretty well. Nice to see you again, Lubao. Appreciate you being here, and of course, happy Tuesday and all. Happy Tuesday. Great to see you. So it's just I was figuring something like in the maybe 20 or something like that. Again, it has to be a separate tier, even if it's just 15. I might even just make it like a separate 15 and people would be confused, but it's like, no, you also get the army painting stuff. Again, it's not really how I wanted to do it. It's just kind of like, well, if we want to be able to get that second classification, it has to be offered like genuinely for sale. And it would sort of have to be like you were saying there, Valfera. It kind of has to be like it's just the files. Um, I cannot I cannot confirm nor deny, Valfera, that I might just also send a certain email with all the links, but just to satisfy the what would you say the paperwork part of it there, Valfera, it has to just kind of be sold on its own. I will just kind of word it where it says, well, in addition, special bonus package. Yeah, Velfira. Well, there was all that research that I was telling you about, and it's been very helpful because I had no idea how to do all that stuff. Let's put it this way: the last time I looked at trademarking stuff, it was the baseball game. That wasn't just not in this decade; it was not in this century. Yeah, that was like the early 1990s. I was looking to try and trademark the baseball game. And again, very much looking forward to making that now. Again, with what we're learning. Now here, let's just start getting some of the. We'll have to get some of the. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do some stuffs on this down here. Actually, the Gumroad was another one that was suggested their surface tension in all the research. That was one of the ones that was suggested. I just at this point their surface tension the bundles they're not complete, and I really don't want to offer something that is not complete. But on the Patreon page, I can just kind of be working towards it. Let's put it that way, because well we're offering other stuff. The other thing that I'm not looking forward to surface tension. Oh my gosh. Was I was sitting there in Blender trying to make the basically the renders, the grayscale things that you see, like on my mini factory and stuff. Yeah, that is a very painful process. Actually, Velfira, if you could just, well, you're like, holy smokes, how did I get homework here? It ain't my fault. But just another one of those little reminder messages about Gumroad. Because again, it was in the research, but that's kind of one of those that I've never heard of it until then. So it's kind of out of sight, out of mind. And we know, for me, anything out of sight, out of mind could be within 27 and a half inches of me. Because how many times does that happen, right? Surface tension? That I'm missing something, and it turns out it is quite literally right next to me. So Lou, well, here we can show you some of the past golden demons here. Okay, it's going to take a little bit of scrolling. Bear with me here. Where the heck are those things? Is that up to? No, that's not it. Nope, still scrolling. So we're almost there, I think. There we go. Whoops. So there we are. So you also have there's the art. That was actually my favorite part of Games Day was the art contest. Yeah, I really loved that. That was super fun. And then up there in the corner, those are the Adepticon Rogue Demons there. Crystal brushes there, and then of course these are some of the tournament awards. The Bilbo's Bash, the Bolt Action Tournament, and of course the Babo's Trophy there. That was the Armies on Parade. That's it, Armies on Parade Trophy there. That was super fun. That was my very first army, the Lizardmen. Hey Drex, how you doing? Boy, Drexia. Oh, there's so much stuff. So much stuff that I don't know if you've seen Drexia. Yeah, I don't know how much of the Cyberthuria stuff that you've seen, because there's a ton of it. And Drex, if you want to see some pictures, like just shoot me a message on Insta or Facebook there, Drex, and I can send you some of the pictures and such. Again, there's crystal brushes in the mix there. There's the old rogue demons. What was it? Oh, Resin Beast. The mounted baristas won first place in the unit category. Aether, Switchblade. Switchblade, if you want to share something, please go ahead. And of course, Drexia, you want to share something in the chat, please feel like you can do that. So great to see you there, Switchblade. So this is kind of like even oh, good, we have Gwenny here. So it's that's sculpted on just like the stuff here on Guinevere. So yeah, Switchblade. This is we got finally got around to Merlin here. I also have the bust version of him. Now we've already painted the bas relief version right there. And yeah, we're gonna treat ourselves a little bit of texturized cloaky there, because reasons. And again, the last stream was Cyber Lancelot. There we had more glowy stuff, and of course a little bit of freehand on the back of the cloak there, just for funsies. And of course, so now Drexia, I was working on the game mechanics for Lancelot, and that resulted in a whole new line of figures. Yes, I mean, I'm not kidding, a whole new line of figures, essentially doing the corrupted version of everybody. I already have, actually, they're already printed out. I've got Lady of Shalott, Guinevere, Nimue, Lancelot, and now I have Galahad printing out. So yeah, so basically kind of a cyber dragon there on his cloak. You can see kind of the segmented armor of the dragon and his like clockwork construction type wings there. Great to see you there, Neshlin. Happy Tuesday. Here's hoping that Tuesday is off to a fabulous start for you there, Neshlin. I might go something different with that. Oh, we'll see what happens. Don't have to worry about that right now. I want to get me a bit more of the greenish stuff going here. Let's see if we can't do some of that. There we go. Yeah, Camden, that was with all of the undulations in that cloak, that made it very spicy. Yeah, super spicy. So this is a radiant turquoise. It's actual radiant turquoise there, Drex, instead of kind of the not radiant radiance. So not actually white. The only two places we put anything that was white was up here and then in the eyes and in the oculus there. Well, when you think about it, Valfera, there were no Cyber Arthurians as of 8 weeks ago. This, what would you say as far as R&D goes and all that other kind of stuff? This is way, 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 way faster than pretty much anything that's ever been created in humanity, I would say. Yes, it wasn't until, let's see, what is it, the 21st? Yeah. It was around this time, back in February, that I first started working on any Cyber Arthurians. Yep, Drexia, you must have dark to show the light. Also, too, it's kind of a saturation kind of game that's being played, too. A little bit of saturation. There will be more of that saturation game being played, too. We're not done with that. There will be more of the saturation game. Speaking of which, here, let me do... Yeah, I'm actually gonna grab me some of that. Come on, some of that violet to mix with this. Well, we didn't need to do that, Camden. We got it sitting right here. We got our periwinkle. The not radiant, not periwinkle, radiant periwinkle. Get some of that down in here now. And that's still mixing with some of the stuff we already have there. Now we'll go back to something that has a little bit more, again, of the radiant turquoise in it for this leather pouch over here. So this is not metal over here. This is a leather pouch. Then we got the leather strap over here. Which maybe it's going to again catch a little bit of that light. We're going to just grab you again as a blending brush there. Nah, that's too much of the... We'll back off of that with some of the... Yeah, something a little more cyan. Start putting some more of this over here. So Tim, Tim, you got a chance to do Adepticon, right? Or I wasn't sure if you had a chance to do it. I think you did. And if you did get a chance to do Adepticon, hopefully that was fabulous for you. And of course, let me see. Is it? I think it's in this book here. And again, here is the... So there's there's the great tome with... This is the first PDF of just kind of trying to keep track of all the various notes and everything. And then, of course, here's your player cards. And again, I wish I had them here, but I've already got the printable dice and the printable tiles. And the dice and tiles, they have the same pattern on them right here. So the character cards were meant to mimic the tiles. And then, of course, here is some of the other... Let me grab this. There's the one. So yeah, here again, well, we already painted Mordred, but now we are working on, again, these are all now prepped. This one is printing right now. This version here of Galahad, that one's printing out now. So yeah, Drexa, now Kathy did it the old-fashioned way, kind of the correct way. Whereas for me, it was just kind of like, well, as long as there's overs and unders, we're gonna count that as Celtic not work. Kathy sort of did it more the way it was supposed to be done. Literally laid out the grid pattern and did all the stuff kind of the way you're supposed to. Let me get, there we go. Let me get more of this. Ah, there it is. Yeah. Also some of that over here. There we go. That's what was missing here. There we go. All right, that's better. So yeah, that was for me. It was just kind of, and that I say it all the time, right? And all of my tutorial videos when I'm doing not work patterns or something like that, it's like, okay, is this over? Is this under? And you'll be hearing a lot on this too, because we got overs and unders to establish on that as well. Now out here's we're gonna grab, here we go. Get some of that, some of this. Not too glazy, but we want to again start to maybe establish a little bit of texture here. But we also want some different colors. That's got a little bit of the brown in it there. So think not quite a Van Dyke brown, but sort of like a Van Dyke brown. So everybody check out that that Insta link there, because I think Camden was supposed to check that out. Yes. Again, don't forget to feed those Orklings there, Camden. Again, they will get right, especially if there's any hasty hobbits, as Camden, they might be interested in the legs. Yeah, so definitely feed those Orklings if you want to keep those legs, because they might just say you don't need those. So Drexia, um, I'm gonna try and get the Lancelot video up on the YouTube channel, well, overnight tonight, and that might just be the next post, either that or the Cyber. I think that'll be the next Instagram post. Will be that Lancelot figure that you saw there, and then you'll be able to kind of see how that crazy dragon thing was done on the back. Again, we're kind of texturizing that a little bit, and then of course we have things like these that we are going to use to do that. We're also gonna, you know what? I'm gonna do it now before it forgets. Let's pull out our fabulous powdery things here. And of course, again, if we do this now, right? Just like with Mordred, I'm gonna go. I think we did that on Mordred's cloak. I think we did that on Mordred's cloak. Give me some of this over here. Okay. I'm fairly certain we did that on Mordred's cloak. Yes, we did. See that? And again, well, you might recognize, right? This from that. So again, when you see the artwork like that, that's essentially taking the pictures of the painted miniatures. Why? Because, well, I can take them from all these different angles. Right, so I could say here, I want this angle of Mordred in that ore, like you saw in the that other cover, it was like this. So that's the advantage of having all the painted miniatures for doing that kind of cover art. Now again, we're going to get our some texturizing in here.
So say we all.
Oh, thanks, Drax. Appreciate that. Could definitely use me a little bit of this right now. Yeah, we're like 1 hour 47 minutes in. Yep. Thank you very much. Where are we at here? There we go. Much appreciated. Tim, it's been really amazing, especially these last 2 months. This is stuff that I've wanted to do for, well, decades. There was no way to do it. There just wasn't the technology for it. I didn't know how to do it. And these last 2 months has been quite the explosion. Wouldn't you say there, Camda? Like a literal massive explosion of stuffs. Yeah, we're going to do a little bit of tap, tap, tap here. So you can see we're starting to again get a little bit more texturizey there. Where's it? Oh, there it is. More of our black into that. There we go. So I don't know if you can see it. There's a little bit of this angled texture, right? This is what kind of gave me the idea. So Mutu actually been painting, I would say, longer than a lot of people in the chat have been alive. It's the making of the miniatures there, Mutu. Because I was sculpting miniatures back in what 2002. Actually, I was sculpting miniatures technically in the late 90s. But there was no way to replicate them. There was no way to take those and really do anything with them. Let's do this here. Mutu, very primitive tools back in the day. There we are. Let me do this up here. Oh, wait. I gotta get some of that up here. There we go. There we have more of this. Darken it up here a little bit more. Whoops, this one. So we're gonna get, see, we got that just kind of sitting up there. Look at this, Mutu. Little stabby there, Mutu. Look at that. Little stabby. Little bit of stabby there. And we're gonna get a couple of other colors of our lighter mid-tone and such. Well, Mutu, the first 30,000 years, or well, I mean, again, that's just infancy right there. The first, first 30 millennia or so, or something like that. I mean, well, once you get to be kind of in that several 100,000 years, you kind of maybe start feeling a little bit less young. I mean, that whole thing. What is it they claim to be, the old ones or the elder gods? It's like, yeah, more like petulant teenagers as far as I'm concerned. Let me get some of this darker stuff here, because we also want some texturizing in here. But that now we have to have a different texture or a different color for our dark texture. Actually, we'll bring in a little bit of that indigo. Like that. And up here. Oh, geez, good grief, Drexia. We have to start thinking about the birth. Oh, actually, now, Drexia, you saw this, right? This is our stream anniversary. Right here. That's a Cyber Wapelius right there. And now we have, look at this. Look at his little buddy. This is going to be going to conventions with me. We're going to paint him up, obviously, in reds there. But yeah, we have Cyber CAD. Wapelius Spellbrush's little buddy. So he'll be at Gen Con for well, hopefully he'll be at Gen. He's kind of big to carry around, but I want to be taking pictures wherever I go. I want to take pictures with him or something like that. Sitting in the Badger booth, sitting by all the miniature stuff, I guess, at Gen Con. Let's do something here like that. That's better. Do that up here. We will, yeah, keep going with some of this in here again. Just doing a little bit of this, see, little tap stuff there. Down here, now where's my, nah, that's a little bit, got too much stuff in the brush there from other things. That's better. That is better. Here, let me get more of the blue in here. there. Under there, so that's an over. That is an under. We're gonna. There we go. Now we just about got that right. Now we got these recesses here. We're gonna tone these down a little bit in the recesses here. Now keep in mind the reason why we like to at this point get the weathering powders out here is that that's going to infuse. We'll literally hook up with the oil paint and fuse with the oil paint, as opposed to having to go back in later and do some kind of spray over or something nasty like that. We don't have to deal with that kind of stuff. There we go. We're just getting those, let those kind of mix together there. So that's paint and powders. Paint and powders getting mixed together. Oh, and by the way, we're still not even 2 hours in here yet. It was 1 hour 56 minutes. That's it. Another warmer. I'm gonna. Oh, maybe this. So a little bit of the. Oops. Too much thinner in there. Well, that's okay. We're going to be mixing it with all this. So this is even more of a warmer color right here. It's got a little bit of tan to it. Yep, see there's a little bit more tan to it even. Now we're talking. Just going to work in some of this. So again, that's kind of another little burst of a warmer color in there. That's not necessarily violet. Yeah, you can kind of see that now. You can see a little bit of that. Now we're going to get some of that down into here. Now, some more than over here. There we go. Now, there are more alkyds in this than certainly than when we did Lancelot. Was on Saturday? Yeah, there was way more non-alkyds out there on the palette on Saturday. Let's do this here. The reason being is that earlier that day I was filming the Nimue tutorial video, so there was already a bunch of non-alkyds on the palette. I mean, even here, I'm still using, was it the Radiant Green from the Sunday thing. I haven't had a chance to get that yet, surface tension. Now that I'm going to be getting a bunch of the spray cans from Dick Blick, I can kind of, it doesn't really matter because obviously the paint sale, we missed that, right, surface tension, so that's why I wasn't getting it, and then I realized, well, wait a minute. Now that I'm doing this, and I'll send you the pictures, surface tension, of the new masked primer method. And it's basically the same stuff I do for terrain. It's just now it's happening on miniatures because, well, all of these things are gigantic. They're either busts or 75 mil sized figs. So we're breaking out the big guns, quite literally, their surface tension. So I figured I'll get me some of that, as well as some more of the spray cans. Basically, some of the lighter ones. All of my mid-tones and dark, those are pretty good. But all the light ones, those kind of got burned up the last time I was doing the terrain stuff. So yeah, Tim, these are all the small ones. Again, where's the first of the Cyber Yomi things here. So there's yeah, that's a little bit bigger. That is a little bit, and I've already got a second one of these printed out. Obviously, we've got some of our Celtic goddesses printed out at that size. I wonder, let me see if I can grab this here without destroying everything. Ah, there we go. There is the Danyu one right there. That one got spritzed in the same way. And again, we have an entire series of Celtic goddess figures that we're working on. Bas reliefs, busts, and, well, figures. And it's not enough to have a whole line of Celtic goddess figures. We also have a cyber version of them too. Yeah, so there's Cyber Bridget right there. Drexia Fromage is actually, well, technically I had plenty of fromage today. Yeah, I had extra sharp fromage. I extra sharp cheddar fromage. I had Parmesan fromage. Even the tortellinis had, or no, the whatchamacallit, the sauce that went with the tortellinis had 6 different cheeses in it. So I think we've had about 8 different fromages today, Drexia. Never too much fromage. Again, trying to infuse another little bit of that. Again, that's kind of a warmer color there in that texture. More of that here. Some more of that here. But we had to be patient here, right? We had to be patient. We could not be hasty little hobbitses. We had to wait for all this stuff to set to make this possible here. Have fun there, surface tension, and I'm still convinced there's surface tension that those squirrels have some kind of barking mechanism to try and trick the dog. I would not put it past those tricksy little squirrels, their surface tension, to have some kind of mechanism there just to fool the hound. So again, earlier on, it was more of the violet, right? Well, we'll be coming back with some of the violet too, but we're going to get a little bit lighter. So this is Naples yellow, which of course has pigment red 101 in it because we are all pigment red 101. That's in every single paint color, pigment red 101. It's everywhere. Well, Mutu, thanks for being here. Well, Mutu, I hope that it was kind of helpful seeing the early portions of this here, Mutu. And again, Mutu, like we were talking about, you take some of those different skin tones that you got there. You could, in theory, just take a little bit of some darker ink, maybe has a little bit of browns in it or something like that, right? And you do that as your first darker layers, right, of your primer, and then you could mix maybe something a little bit lighter with those Steiner Res skin tones, and that would be kind of your lightest light, if you want to say, in your pre-shading there. If you wanted to do something like that, so hopefully that is helpful. Well, we'll probably again. Thursday. Hopefully, we'll see everybody on Thursday, or see you on Thursday there, Mutu. And I don't know if it'll fit on screen though. It depends if it fits on screen. If it fits on screen, well, we have the Arachne flat. Now that would be the giant one. I've already did the smaller one once. That one sold at Adepticon. I was kind of tempted to do the giant one. And again, it depends on if it fits on screen. So have a good one there, and again, hopefully all the painting stuff goes well over the next couple of days. Now here we're gonna mix up. We got that violet mixing up with the that Naples yellow. Again, keeping it nice and neutral there. More texturizing there, but we got to make sure that we have a dark zone in there to translate right into the lighter zone here. Gonna go hopefully a little bit more mid-tone with this. It's still too late. Still too late. I shall remove some of this. Now I think we got it. Yeah, that's it. As I was looking for. There we go. Get me some of that down in here too. Texture, texture, texture. Stabby, stabby, stabby. Texture. More texture, more texture. More stabby. Moving that down a little further. Oh, there we are. Keeping that going, keeping it rolling. Same here. Down further. And then, maybe we can also come back with even some of our really light stuff here, or the really dark. No, 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 no. Let me get this. There we are. So Drixie, we did a little film noir earlier, and it really did demonstrate the difference between these warmer tones and the cooler tones that we've got going over here. And again, these are going to be, we're going to be doing some more. Actually, you know what? Maybe let's do that. Let's do some lighter stuff before we get too happy with making all that stuff lighter. We don't want object source shading. We want object source lighting. So let's, before we get too far with the other stuff, let's go back to this now. I mean, a part of it is I want to also have the texture infused here as well. Yeah, didn't want to forget about this here. So there's again some more texturizing gonna happen here. And it's kind of wild, right, Drexia? I've kind of talked about it more recently with doing hair and stuff, and it's almost it's not quite non-metallic metal, but in some ways, hair can almost have a shiny property to it, like metal. So it's not entirely super far off to, again, like with your highlight structure and stuff on the hair, to have something that almost seems a bit like non-metallic metal. It sounds real weird, I know that, but it is the case. Oh yeah, now I'm starting to really feel the texture on here. There we are. We're getting there. Maybe something a little lighter here. Yeah, that for it's almost can be iridescent. I guess too, especially when light hits it a certain way or from behind, right, Drexia? Because then you start to maybe see a little bit of the translucency of it too. That. There we go. Yeah, that somehow didn't quite have the light that it needed. Catch a little bit on the beard. And we pretty much got the mustache there. We're going to have to get some of the not bluish light on the other side of the mustache there. Yeah, well, now we're 2 hours, 10 minutes in. More of our little, get some of our texturizing happening here. Which is going to now especially separate it right from all the armor stuff. Well, at least you kind of hope that would. Cause a bit more separation from it. Now let me grab the other brush. Let's start doing some of our darker stuff here to kind of develop some of our scribing some of these lines here. So we will take the Pansy Gray, maybe a little bit of the Prussian Blue. And now we're going to start to make some there we go. Start to separate some of these things a little bit here. Hey there, Dino. How you doing? Happy Tuesday, Dino. Thank you very much for joining the stream. Appreciate that, Dino. I hope that all is well. It's probably quite a bit warmer there than it is here. Of course, what was it? It was just this last. Was it Friday? Yeah, it was just this last Friday when we went from, oh gosh, I would say, what's 85 degrees, something in the neighborhood of 26 degrees Celsius, maybe, down to, shall we say, well, 0 degrees Celsius in less than 24 hours. Dino, it's been very, very fun. Lots of really fun, fabulous miniatures to paint. Well, like these here. Again, these are all ones that I made myself. So many times people will ask, what's the favorite miniature you ever painted or whatever, and the response is always one that I sculpted myself. So being able to paint my own sculpts, very, very, very fun and very, very addictive. Oh, it's super addictive. And of course, the neat thing about seeing what other folks do with the sculpts, well, obviously these are all based on my original paintings, so the coloration that I'm doing obviously is, shall we say, done to kind of match what I did early on all those years ago. Whereas folks now, there'd be a different situation where they would be doing their own thing with it. I'm gonna get me some more of this back in here. Little of the skin tone in that. More like that, yeah. Now around the oculus, we're gonna do a little bit of dark right there. Something here on his but we will have to probably come back again and get some a few little light mid-tones, something there on the beard. Even though again it's kind of in that shadow area, can't have it be just darks. Let me work in some of this here. I am going to try also get a little smidge of some warmer colors too. And a couple parts of the, get these cybernetic pieces here. And as we do this now, I think that also is going to make him look that much more cybernetic anyways. Another round right there. Couple more darks there. Nope. Gotta do it there. Gonna refresh that brush. Doing it here. And now in some of our knotwork patterns here, let's try to do some refinement on these. We'll just darken you down there. On this little data crystal, there we go. Down we go here. And then start to work in against some over and under. Kind of shade some. Then we'll be coming back with our lighter stuff too. And that will also help to, again, generate some of that over and under. There we are. Maybe a little, yeah, a little more dark there. Let's see. Let's see. I think it was, well, basically almost at the 6th-year anniversary there, Camden, of the first. I think the first successful print that I had was something like August of 2020. It's crazy to, again, I know I've said it a bunch of time on stream, right, Camden? It's crazy to think that it was just 6 years ago. I wasn't even sure if the whole 3D printing thing was going to work. What's funny, Camda, is that I was getting weird results, like I've been getting with that ABS stuff. That is not the translucent red has been fine. For whatever reason, it's the other stuff that's been real weird. That's the non-translucent variety. And again, as that gets darker there, right? This stuff gets lighter here. Back to here's some of our turquoise. I got a little, break that up a little bit here. Try and reclaim a little bit of the dark around these bits here. We'll darken you up some. This will just tint that a little more. Is nice. So you have 2 hours and 19 minutes ago, we started to slap some paint on this here. Not too shabby for a couple of hours, right, Camja? Okay, I'm going to darken this down a wee bit here. And that way we can kind of come back with some of our lighter stuff and again create some more of that over-under type of stuff we want to have going on there. Now this not going to have the same texture as the cloak. The cloak texture, this not so much with the texture. I might have gotten a little too excited about the chromium oxide green there, Camden, because oh my goodness, there's a lot of it sitting out here. There's a ton of this chromium oxide green sitting out here. Maybe we might even put some of this on the coke on the other side too. We'll see how that goes. But you can see what are we doing here. It's not just lighter. On this side, it is also warmer than what we're doing over there. That's what's going to give you that notion of there's some kind of lighting that's happening that is blue-ish. I don't know if I can lighten this up too much more. This might be as light as I can go with this green here. Now over here, let me grab some of our Indian red. Maybe even, gee whiz, haven't even touched the Terra Rosa yet. First time with the Terra Rosa. We shall let that mix in there. Some of the brown. Turned upside down. Infuse a little bit of that back into here, and then maybe even some of this over here on the again his little this leather pouch here. That's it. Also working some of that over here. And I think that's about what we're gonna do that. Wait. More of that here. I might try here. Let me get a little bit of this violet. No, that might be too late. Maybe a little backtrack here. Yeah, we're looking for some reflected light on the metals here that also doesn't have necessarily the blue on it. That's way too clumpy. Yeah, got rid of some of the clumps there. Start to we want to get our lightest light in here too. Gonna try and get a little smidge of some reflections in here. Now let's see what we can do with some genuine lighter colors. So I can start breaking down. Or wait, it's also too. Yeah, I have to get used to not putting a blob of thinner there on the thing like the radiant green because it's the actual radiant green instead of our not radiant green. Hit this on that side again. Get some of our light up in here. It's a little bit of shininess there. Now over here for sure. Really try to make that much lighter. Because it's the white beard illuminated with our source light. Metal over here. Trying to get this shiny going. Same deal on the knuckles there. Then the regular digits. Got it. Catching more light on the beard here, especially on this side. Maybe start to think about something a little bit later with the cannot work. So I'm gonna take this one and infuse that with the white there. This is again the radiant turquoise, but now it's mixed with our the Paul Rubens white. There's an over there, and under here. Let's see, then that is going to be another under again over here. And we'll come back with this again, some of our dark there to reestablish some of our not necessarily shadow areas and the knot work. It's pretty wild, Camda. Both Merlin and Lancelot had a little bit more glow on them than I originally foresaw. See that? See, we have our over and under over here. That's why I do words, right, Camda? Again, light as this is not white here. Around, come on. And then over. Then under. Then over again. And all this will definitely be much lighter. Again, there's an over there. Because we've got, our data crystal right here, don't we? Haven't forgotten about our data crystal. It's gonna lighten you up a bit right along this line. Get a fish in some light down here. Especially again with it being right next to that data crystal there. Back to our over and under here. Okay, like that. And now on his shoes here, maybe we'll retreat a little bit from that very light version of it. Somewhat late there, but not too late, because not really thinking armor here. Really more just like boots there. Little smidge of almost dry brushness there. This is actually the first base that I actually added non or say basing bits that I didn't make. Yeah, it's the first one of all the Cyber Arthurians I think that got some kind of basing bits. They're just make it epic basing. Toss this in here. And don't be entirely surprised if maybe on Thursday I'm doing another figure because we have tons of figures to get caught up with, as you saw in that picture, right? With the 15 different prepped miniatures and busts and everything. There's a ton of them. Yeah, there we are. Get more of our lighter portion on our data crystal here. Like so. Starts to make that look a little bit shinier. Trying to get that a little lighter. Now maybe even on some of this we'll maybe start to lighten that up. Might actually just go run and refresh the medicine here super quick. Yeah, now we've let that had a chance to sit for a bit. We'll probably be doing getting some darker stuff back over that. But yeah, let's go refresh the medicine. Give this a minute or two to set. We have to start doing some more stuff on the face there and the skin. Maybe some more darks as well. So don't go anywhere. We shall be right back. back to it here. I can see we need some of our lighter bluish glow here. Let's get a little bit of that paint off of that brush. We need a little something here. That light casting down over here. And then we were talking about the beard and mustache. We gotta get the... Yeah, I think we could still get some more of the blue light on there. What the heck? I think we can get some of that still over here. Like this. Carry that down. And take away a little bit more of that. And relying on the Oculus there. Now, this is what we're thinking about. The our floral blue. And we're using the Marion Street version, not the basically ultramarine blue version of the opera colors. Alright, let me take perhaps this guy here. Let me make sure there's no... Oh, there is nothing down there. And we're going to do a little bit of dry brushing of the floral blue there, and a little bit of it over here again where we got our glow. It's all very much wet into wet, even though it's a dry brush. The application, sort of a dry brush. The result, wet blending. Hit that here now. So see how that really starts to give that a strong tint now. Even stronger tint of blue. A little less of the white. Doing that here. There we go. But that was just something we had to wait. We had to wait for that. If we had rushed into that, well, then we'd have a whole little bit more than wet blending. We'd just have a mess. That would be. That's what it would be known as. The technique known as creating a big old mess. Doing the same thing down there. Okay. Where are we at with this again? I'm gonna grab me some more of this. Those fluorescent colors, remember, those are going to be hyper translucent. That's why they work well with this. Don't need to do a glaze type of thing with them because, well, they're so translucent. They're basically they're like glaze in a jar. You don't have to do any kind of wet stuff with them or whatever. You can just do what I am, which is effectively just dry brush over the top of this here. And that is all it's going to take. There, and now on this, and now again even on some of our cannot work there. Tone some of that down a little. Back up here. Nope, nope, refresh that brush. That was a good idea. Again, doing this with this sort of tap, 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 stabby, stabby dry brush thing here. Now for the eyes is here. I'm going to change a little bit of the approach here. Let's take this. Also, Oculus can try and get some of that blue around there. Where are we at with this? More of it here. Develop that under his eyes. Same thing in here. There we go on that brow ridge now on the nose. Ah, there we are. We were talking about getting some more, a little bit more of the shading happening here now on this side. Almost like he's got a cast shadow going there. See something like this here? And I will see what if I take some of this. Nope, too much thinner. That side catches again some of that light. That was too much again, too much thinner there. Let's get rid of some of that. Now we got it. Coming out on the other side of this. Do I go a little lighter with the light blue on the cheek there? Okay, fine if I do that. Maybe the nostril gets a little. There we are. Around again, around that the oculus. Fine, we'll hit. Nah, too much. Not liking that. Well, looky here. Easy enough to get rid of that. All gone. Yeah, you could tell I was super stressed about that. Yep. Very worried about the 30 seconds it was going to take to fix that. Not so much. I think we can still do a bit more. Source light blue maybe on this here. And then also, so here, let's go lighter again. On this stuff here. Trying to get some different panel lines on his arm here. Trying to do the same thing up here. Separate some of that down there again so it looks more segmented, right? Not like a plate armor or something. So of course, Canada, I just said plate armor, and that made me hungry. Must be thinking about those hungry orklings or something there that are waiting on their dinner. Nope, that is gonna be too light. So I'm gonna back. Oh yeah. Let's back away to at least something like this. I think you can see that. I believe so. Thanks, Armored Wolf, for sharing the link to the Patreon page. And again, first place that these sculpts will be offered to the general public is going to be on the Patreon page. It's not going to be my mini factory or one of those other ones. It's going to begin on the Patreon page. Let's start here. Now maybe here, let me infuse a little bit of, take some of this and some of our, I like this, start breaking that down a little. It does create that kind of warm neutral gray. And all I want to do is just get a little, touch of light on that kind of upper edge of these bits of knot work down here. Just look at this again, nothing terribly complex. And if I really feel the need to hit that much later, I mean, I can always do that later. I don't really want to do that now. I want to see how this all plays out. If anything, I might go darker with some of the areas underneath it instead of making that necessarily a whole bunch later. Because all that'll do is just take away from all the source lighting way up on the top there. That's not really what we want to see happen. Start to rotate this around a little. Get just a little initial light on some of these things. Oh, that's the other thing I might do is I need to see what this looks like next to our dark. So that's the other thing I might do here is in a second is break out the not blackest black. Again, I meant to do that before I started here. There was just not enough time because, like I said, I was trying to get two prints going. Now, I've gotten much faster with the sports on these big monstrous guys, but it still takes a good at least 35 minutes for each one to do the supports. Okay, I've actually had to resort to like zooming in like all the way in here, like past this part of the cloak and zooming in to get supports down in there. That's is how crazy some of these things are as far as like we're just trying to make sure there's supports in areas. Now, remember, if I was thinking with that I guess the new version of Chiru that has the magic supports or something, I figure with the other machine, what I'll do is since I'm doing new printers, essentially what I'll do is start segregating. Okay, this computer is dedicated to making build plates for only the Elegoo or only for the Saturn, which means that then I can kind of have different versions of Chiru out there. Start to get the lighter stuff on the top of these. Then we have to make sure we get our lighter stuff in our nut work down here. As we start to approach our number 3. Well then maybe then we can break out the old fast matte white. Yeah, Camden, I'm fairly certain that again with that heated vat, I think it's gonna do better. The irony is that the old NA cubics, they're actually essentially going into the furnace room. Now you would think that that room is well just naturally warmer, not necessarily. Oh, that's right. I gotta get myself another thermometer to put in there just to also make sure it's somewhere near the right temperature. Here, let me. Nah, I'm gonna get that. Just slap some of that on there. Grab this blending brush and poof, there you go. Look at that. Just a whole lot easier doing that again with just smush the brush in there and same over there. Now let me think about here. Let's get this stuff out of this brush and let's try to do some of the lighter stuff here with our nut work. I'm gonna grab the white again. I think that's kind of infused with some of our floral blue there. Yeah. So it's the 12K there, Camden. So probably the one that you got. Yeah, over there, heated vat, not quite so critical, right, Camda? Well, let's put it this way: it's in the 40s Fahrenheit out there now. Yeah, I'm gonna go this way with it. So I'm thinking that's somewhere in the, I don't know, 5 or 6 degrees Celsius range. That part of the Celsius scale is not part of my metric foo there. So yeah, the heated vat, very important here. Again, especially given that what was the just the other day where we had a 40-degree temperature shift in 24 hours. Even with, say, the printer, okay, it kind of starts at a certain point, it starts to generate its own heat, but now I know that some of these resins here, they're every bit as persnickety temperature-wise as I thought they were back in the day. Okay. So yeah, I have no idea what it's been so long, no idea what the settings are for a lot of the stuff I've been doing. Yeah, well, we're gonna have to be doing all kinds of new settings for the new printer, no doubt about it. Where's my? Okay, that's an over there. That's gonna be force that into an under. It also has to be an under there. Is nice. Okay. There. Let's get another over. See, that's an. And then that's gotta go over. That's an under. Don't want to get too light in that shadow area there. No, let's go back over here. Really start to hit the data crystal here with something that's lighter. There. And that. And this. Something more. Yeah, there we are. Here, a little bit more of that. Okay, and now down here we got to get some light in the cables here. I'm gonna hit these with some of that, some of the fluoro too. Gonna dry brush some of that down here. Okay. There. And down there. There we go. this way. Now, let's get some more of our. Yeah, we need some more bright light up here. Another lighter line on that, and maybe some sneaky cheeky light up there too. Gonna go a little bit lighter on the mustachio on that side of his face where the source light's coming this way. And now on this side, let me get some of the. That's our. Not. It's not quite Mars Yellow Deep. It's. That's the Alkyd version. There is too much thinner on that brush. I shall get rid of some of that. It's still too much. I do believe this is going to be another one of those. Maybe that's another thing I should get from Dick Blick is more of the liner brushes. This one's starting to enter that time where maybe frontline service is not what it's going to be doing anymore. It's seen a lot of action. Try to get a little bit of light back in there. Fine, I'll add a little bit more of the Naples yellow to it. Trying to make the lighter portion of the beard and mustache, but still make sure that they're kind of in shadow. Then let's get a little mix of here, maybe our indigo and some of our skin tone. Maybe we'll take some of our violet into that. For his nostril on that side. Let me see if I can read. I should just take my. I don't know where my bottle of thinner went. That is kind of vamoosed somewhere. Don't know where it's at. So we'll just do it this way then. We'll do it the hard way. I think I might be able to come back with some light here. In fact, I might just do that. Yeah. Oh, fast mat. Wait, we haven't even brought that out. Perfect time. I think it's actually. Well, look at that. We're 15 seconds shy of 3 hours. Look at that, Camda. For someone who doesn't do names, dates, or times, certainly somehow managed to do. Is this the? Let's see. Now that one's a little too destroyed there. All right, we got our fast mat white out here. Let's really go strong to the hoop here on some of our special source lighting stuff. Just kind of breaking this down here. Breaking it down some more. Okay, let's start over here on this. And that is genuinely lighter. That is crazy. Put a little bit of mix on that. And that is definitely lighter. It makes a difference. Yep, I can certainly see it. try you on the metal here. A little something in there, and then along the top edge of that. Certainly got to get these top edges. They're waiting a while to hit some of these. Finally able to get to some of them. Is nice. Well, let me it's super quick while I have it here. I'm going to grab some of this. Get a little bit of light on this, or a little bit of tree there, and then maybe some source light on it. It's something real, just like this. So we had nothing on there before. Can't have absolutely nothing on this. And that might just then have to be, not too much. Alright, is nice. Okay, good enough. Hey there, Uber Yeti, how you doing? So Ubers, if you want to share some stuffs in the chat, please go ahead. Great to see you there, Uber Yeti. Tons of exciting stuff. Here, look at this Uber Yeti. I think, well, I have to move down. Oh, that's where that went. Okay, it fell down in there. That wasn't where it was supposed to go. But this was a little bit of a basically priming last night here. Wait a minute, where's my messages here? There we go. So yeah, we go away. We started out with a whole bunch. That's like 15 gigantic miniatures and busts and such. And then we started using the spray cans on them to essentially do kind of what we've been doing, maybe with a little bit the airbrush. There you go. There's a whole big batch of them. Look at that. Big old batch. Cool. So weird again. If you want to share the YouTube channel or Instas or whatever, like always, please go ahead, do that. I'm gonna hit you at the right there and there and there. So yeah, Uber Yeti, since they're all one-piece sculpts, right? It can be a little bit difficult to just brush on the primer down in there. And, well, the airbrush, it's a bit of a pain just with one. With 15 of them like that, I'd still be down there trying to, like, prime half of them. So I just said, the heck with this. Because those spray cans, those are acrylic paints. That's not like cans of spray primer or something like that. It is very different. What's wild there, Uber Yeti, if you do it fast enough, you can actually have the paint colors mixed together. Because again, that's paint, not primer. So you can quite literally do some wet blending with those spray cans there. Now to the eyes. Let me see if I can really hit something. Okay, that does work. Got it there, and now in the oculus there. And then around it. Yeah, we'll roll like that. So since I figured, and the ones that have kind of the reddish hint to them, well, those are the corrupted version of our Cyber characters. Right now, I've got the young Cyber Guinevere printing out, and the and the corrupted version of the Galahad figure. I was also showing earlier in the stream the corrupted Lady of Shalott figure. Let me hit there, and now this. Touch more. And oh yeah, that's right. We wanted to do that lighter dry brush type stuff down here on our little data crystal here. And part of the first set of basing bits that I've ever made for myself there. Yep, Uber Yeti been doing that, oh gosh, for a couple of years now. All of the terrain was sprayed with those Uber Yeti. Yep, I don't prime any of the terrain. I just use those acrylic cans. And that's worked really well for quite some time, and it just occurred to me, since these are so much bigger, and there was a lot to do, and it worked very well on the terrain, why not just do it on the miniatures too? Even my painted backdrop for, was it for the Army Showcase? Oh, the Army of the Dead Showcase video. Yeah, that was also sprayed with the spray cans. Lighten you up a little right there. Catch another little light on his beard right there. So sometimes they can sometimes be out of them, and I was just gonna get myself some more of the lighter colors. And I'll usually hit those with, again, I can underfuse a lot of different colors. It's not so much about the shading. It's more like I'm just going to chuck some brown in this area, maybe some green over here. So it's very much not a zenithal. That is not the goal with those. With this one here, we had mostly just added some blues and some browns in some areas to follow kind of the predominant colors. They're not really the cheapest thing ever, but oh, that's right, you can get different nibs for them, or different spray nibs for them there, Uber Yeti. So you can actually have like finer spray, a broader spray. There was at least one tutorial video I know that showed those different types of spray nibs there. Let me just spread that out that way. There we go. And it worked out pretty darn neat, I have to say, Uber Yeti. Yeah, because there was so many of them to do. Now again, they are going to spatter and stuff like that. It's not going to give you like some kind of pure, clean airbrush type thing. That's not what I was interested in. It was, does it have color on it that I can paint the oils on top of, and was it fast? Yes, it was. Is it, again, something I can actually utilize and work with? Yes, it was. So all good on all fronts. Darken that down a little bit more on the edge of our data crystal there, and this one too. Believe it or not, Uber Yeti, the first time I really, would just say experimented with that or whatever was with the Nazgul. Yeah, it was the first time I really tried to mess around with that concept. And well, it worked out really well, and I'd been thinking about it since I first started painting these, doing something like that. I just never have. Well, there was no really time to do that before Adepticon, and there was never a giant batch like that. I mean, that's something I've been basically printing non-stop since I got back from Adepticon. And the nice thing is Uber Yeti, since the resin, it may not be quite as maybe as absorbent as the terrain FDM pieces are. It's still reasonably absorbent. That's it. It seems to have worked out real well because that's what I put on here. And I have not noticed one bit of difference painting on this than I did on all the other ones that were regular primed, brush on or whatever. Can't see any, not the slightest bit of difference. Again, Uber Yeti, you want to share some stuff in the chat? Please go ahead and do that. Let me see. What was the? Oh, I'll try to grab you the corrupted version of Lady of Shalott. That printed out overnight last night. That one might be another multi-episode video series or something. Trying to do some dark here. I was going to try and film another episode of the army painting series on the starships, but since there's a lot of other moving parts here, I'm just going to film episode 2 of the Nimue series. So see you later there, Inganes. Inganes, if you want to share your stuff like Uber Yeti did one more time before you head out, please go ahead and do that. Everybody check out the Instagram. Yeah, that is an Instagram link that Uber Yeti just shared. And again, Uber Yeti, you want to share like the YouTube channels and stuff. I know you have those. So have a fantastic Tuesday there, Inganes, and we'll see you on your Friday. Well, yeah, your Friday. My Thursday. Hey there, Hangerhead. So Hangerhead, it's I can take you to some of our sayings. It's basically easy to remember things like if a color goes somewhere, it must go everywhere. Or caress the brush, don't crush the brush. Essentially, just little things like this that are a bit of a guide. We'll scroll on up to our. Whoops! Almost went past it there. Or did I go past it? I think I already went past it there. So here's our Book of Wapple. And of course, when we get started, things, well, they're very messy because we're painting the whole thing at once. We're not painting one little tiny piece of it. Nope, we're painting the whole thing at once. And people kind of sometimes they get consternated over that. And we'll show you this in a film noir here, especially our object source lighting. It's really more about the colors than it is the light and dark. And of course, with non-metallic metal, it's very simple. If it's metal, it will reflect its surroundings. If it doesn't, it's not metal. It's that simple. This is a bit more of a consistency slash technical thing about the oils. They can be thinned, not diluted. You thin them to like 90-some% thinner, they're still that color of oils. And now these kind of get into the thought process thing, where too much thinking, right, Doji, is good. Or too much thinking is bad. Less thinking is better. And of course, perfection, the enemy of completion. So, Doji, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead and do that. So, oh, there you go. Thanks, Doji. And again, Doji, please share some of that fantastic stuff that you've been. Oh, and that building was really nifty there, Doji. Yeah, that was super nifty. I don't think that's on your Instas just yet, but yeah, that was looking really, really fantastic there, Doji. So congrats on that. I'm going to mix me up here a little bit of the Naples yellow with our fast matte white. And we're just going to try and catch a couple of these. Not every. There's still too much paint on there. Let's get rid of some of that. Okay, there we are. There we go. More of it here. No, that was a little too much. There we are. Oh, also too, and we have some more of the kitties there. We have pirate kitties, and we have other kitties. And we've got some. I got like 3 more poses that I'm gonna be trying to create, and then hopefully they will get printed out with the Anycubics residing in their new place of residence in a new room. There we are. Okay, so now that's starting to stand. Oh, we got to do our. After we do this, then we'll get our black and get that on the base here. Thanks, Doji. Yeah, Uber Yeti. We actually. I think it was grapple. I don't. It definitely wasn't hail. It was about 46 degrees, so definitely too cold for, or not cold enough for, say, ice or something like that. It was falling very gently. You'd say, that was just hail. Well, again, it was 47 degrees, so hail is a bit unusual at 47, and also, too, we don't get much hail here anyway. But grapple is a thing, and it was falling very gently, almost like giant snowflakes. So it's not quite sleet, it's not quite ice, it's not quite hail. It's sort of this weird, bizarre, in-between thing that can happen in when it's sort of cold but not too cold. And that is not exactly a weather term that a whole bunch of folks are familiar with. They're like, yeah, that's hail. It's like, no, it is not. First of all, hail requires clouds, of which there were practically none. Yes, hail doesn't just kind of like appear out of the sky. Let's do a little touch of it here. Because what you had was an east wind here, and well, the lake is, that lake temperature is still in the probably lower 40s, if not still in the upper 30s. Yeah, that's why it was. There was definitely, it was not a windy day up aloft or down here. And again, thanks to Uber Yeti and to Camda for getting that. I do actually have one of those now. I brought it to Adepticon. I think I had a chance to wear it one of the days. Alright, we got that going now. There's some more there. So we'll take on some more chapters of the Book of Wapol that we didn't get to when Doji redeemed it. Let's get to some more here. So again, it is our sacred Book of Wapol, the book of all things. Right there. So again, when we start out, again, things must be messy. Now we had gotten into the perfection and less is more. And then there's this here too. You need a light grip on the brush. This is pretty much true for anything, acrylics, whatever. Right? Also, we don't layer with the oil paints. If you're going to layer oils like they're acrylics, well, and you're just kind of thinking of them as super slow drying acrylics, they will dry super, super slow, as in like eternally slow. So then, yeah, you're just not going to get anything done there whatsoever. And again, here we're going to take a little look at this. So contrast is more than just light versus dark, and we have a kind of a little way to show that here. So let's turn this around. You can see we have warmer colors here, we have cooler colors there. And when we do this, a little film noir, well, our light source doesn't look so much like a light source. And down here, there's certainly nothing going on, right? So there's basically no light source there, and that looks very minimal at best. When we bring back the color, we will see that this is a color contrast, saturation contrast more than a value contrast. And that is why value is more than just light versus dark, because you don't see that blue there versus the kind of yellowish stuff here. That doesn't really, that doesn't scream object source lighting at you. Might scream something else, but it ain't object source lighting. And again, I think there's 55 chapters altogether of the Book of Wapol. And that's basically what they are, is essentially a way for folks to try and remember certain things that we say all the time on stream or in the tutorial videos. Just hopefully a little bit easier way to remember some of that info. Is he already streaming there, Uber Yeti? Well, okay, it's 3:12 here. I was thinking it was way earlier here. Thanks for the heads up there, Uber Yeti. But just actually, Uber Yeti, I've been wanting to rate him for like weeks, but he hasn't been streaming. It was weird because I was getting all these notifications other times when I would rate other folks, and it's okay, I guess he's live now. Maybe he's just starting at a different time. Is chapter 57 or something like that? All hasty hobbits get consumed by hungry urukai. Don't be a hasty hobbit. I wasn't sure. Does he stream on less days now, Uber Yeti, or is he still pretty much streaming at the same kind of dates and such? All right, here let's just get out our not blackest black here. That's going to be it's going to be this stuff. And what we're looking to do is just put a little bit here around the edges. So I'm going to grab me one of my filberty type brushes, like maybe this one. Let's get some of our water in here to thin this down a smidge. There we go. That's a little more. So we're going to grab some more of that then. Fine. Whatevers. Mix this up, and this is going to look very, very different here. Contrast is more than just light versus dark. Well, now this is very much a light versus. Look at that. Because my lightest light here wasn't looking so light. Why? Because there was only a middle tone next to it. Oh, and by the way, this is all that the spray stuff there. That is all the not primer spray. It's the not primer primer, Camda, because things aren't confusing enough here. Yeah, we have primer that's not primer now, Camda. That's going to be perfect for folks. That won't be the least bit confusing. Man, oh man, that really, because this over here, I was like, man, oh man, no matter how light I go with it, oh, that's right, because there's just a middle tone next to it. There's another thing that our filbert brushes are very handy for. Look at this. And again, this is not the black is black stuff. The black is black. Oh my goodness. Basically, it's so matte that it reflects zero light, as in zero light. That's what makes it look so dark. And I think we finally got, yeah, we got that all around our edge there. And again, all of these larger bases here. This is actually some also part of our printing workshop series on the Patreon page, because all these have magnet slots on them. And of course, like I was telling Velfair there, Camda, see that? I did my homework. Got me some of the bigger magnets here. Are these the largest ones here? 1 second here. Okay, that is that size. All right. Thought for a second maybe they were smaller or something. It's the most expensive base painting material ever right now. Here I got the 3.0, and I also have this here. I'm telling you, Camp, there was so many of those magnets there. I had to warn everybody. I said, look, if you're going to be messing around with these things, because so many people were getting them, I was like, you got to remember what you've got sitting on the bottom of these things. I think we got one here that. There you go. Look at this. That's what you call a magnet right there. None of this little dinky stuff. Look at that. Yeah. And that's some people consider that a very large magnet. That little teeny one that I just tossed on there. So yeah, Camda, those things will most definitely peel the iron right out of your blood cells. Now we'll get some more of our darker stuff here along this edge. That certainly looks very different now, doesn't it? Now that still get once that dries a little, and then once we hit it with the actual black is black, boy, does that make a difference. Do this here, and again, these are just printed out in FDM, by the way. Now these are with the 0.08 layer height, though. Yeah, that's not. It's still the 0.4 nozzle. I still haven't used still haven't used the 0.2 yet. Well, now that I've determined, right, Camda, that it was that PLA plus stuff that was creating all the problems, not the nozzle. That's why I still haven't put the other nozzle in, because at first I was thinking, well, maybe the nozzle's just worn out, and I'll just try the 0.2 one, and then I realized, nope, that's not quite it. Yeah, those are some hefty magnets there, not to be trifled with. Yeah, let me darken that down a little. Catch the edge of this some more right here. Just sharpen that up a little. There we go. Now in here, remember we were talking about getting our We still got our fluoro blue out here. There's one of these guys. It's gonna make sure there is no paint on here. Looks like, yeah, that's totally dry. There we go. We got our fluoro stuff, and we're just gonna kind of dry brush this over the top because it is hyper translucent. Over here too. Over here. A little bit up there. This is kind of tinting that a little. Got super translucent color there. More of that in here. A little bit up on the top. Over the top of this. There we are. Now I'll hit this again right over here. Get a couple more of our smidges of light on this here with our... We still have some fast matte white over here. And we're what? Looks like we're about 3.5 hours in. Yep, 3.5 hours in here. All we had was essentially just a little bit of spray on color here that worked as primer. Little spray on undertone kind of thing going on. There wasn't about value or anything like that. It was mostly just trying to get some of the really dark stuff down in the recesses there. I'm gonna get more. Yeah, there we go. More of this. Nope, that's still too light. So I'm gonna now we got it. Infuse just a bit more. That's it. That was what I was looking for there. Now let me grab my pansy gray / indigo here. We need some very serious separation there. A little bit right there too. Oh yeah, that was the other thing that I was doing last night. Was I was cutting out, oh my gosh, I don't know how many. I think I did at least a dozen pieces of the illustration board, 8x10. So I'm going to be doing a whole bunch of 8x10 paintings of all of our characters for the Cyber Yomi universe, for the Cyber Arthurians. Because we don't have enough things going on just with the miniatures and the game. Yeah, Uber Yeti, I don't think you had a chance to see the dice in the last stream. Now again, those I don't have those in this room. But the test prints of the dice seem to work out very well. So yes, we now have Cyber Arthurian dice. Also, we have the first test tiles printed out for the game. I also test printed out the character cards, which again were designed to look a lot like the game tiles. So yeah, Uber Yeti, that both of those, the tiles and the dice, that required a whole bunch of stuff in Blender. That's for sure. Oh yeah, the Cintiq is here, and I also have another much smaller, much cheaper, pressure-sensitive tablet for doing Blender with. It is technically morning for Armored Wolf. Very, very early in the morning. So it's what, 12 something o'clock there, 12:30-ish. Now I wanted that little hint of some gold on here. That's gonna go here, and I think we'll try to get a little smidge of that down here then. Pull that over the top. There we go. Now some of this here, some of this down there. Back to this. Got it there, and I'm gonna get some of that up here too. Let me get some of the yellowish tan. Separate this. That is another thing I've been waiting a while for there, to be able to hit that. Is nice. I'm gonna maybe go a little bit more with the violet on this. For trying to just do a little bit of this here leather pouch. Little that right in there. Okay, there we go. Now this, I think we need to. Whoops, that's way too dark. Oh my goodness. Now I'm gonna roll with this here. Take that away. Reconstitute. There we go. Now we shall try this again. Some of the yellow right there. Whoops, that went a little too far into that crevice. No problem. Not an issue. All taken care of. Let me take. And we did break out the chromium oxide. Chromium oxide green. A warmer green. I hit this now. Over here. Get that fixed up. Same deal. There's a little bit of raggedness going on. We're gonna. It was a bit too complex. We decided to decomplexify it. Nah, much better. Much better decomplexified. Get this stuff out of the brush here. Floral blue again. Floral blue. Can't doing this again. Caress the brush. See where my hand? None of this here. None of this death grip stuff. None of that. That is definitely not a Series 7. That is the Princeton. That is the Princeton liner brush. That is a not sable brush right there. That's about between $450 and $550. Instead of, I don't know, 18, 19, 20, however much they charge for those these days. It's the WAPO version of a Series 7, right, Uber Yeti? Let me get that. There we go. Again, everybody check out the Instagram link that Uber Yeti shared. Now, Uber Yeti, did you get a chance to share your YouTube stuff there? I wasn't sure. What's hilarious, Uber Yeti, is I don't even have the non-Alkyd version, so it's very much a Series 1. There you go. Very much, but it's oxides, right? Right. It's here you go, Uber Yeti. It's the Series One that paints like a Series 7. There you go. Much like our Puro Orange is, well, ironically enough, Series 7. It's the translucent that paints like an opaque. Yeah, there you go. Yep, it's the Series 1 that paints like a Series 7. Let me get this going here, getting some of that. So Uber Yeti, yeah, I'm gonna be hopefully getting back into Dick Blick there and getting some of the lighter. I was hoping to get like one of the really light grays. I think the last time, that's right, they have a tendency to be out of stock sometimes. And I might also get some lighter, warmer greens. All I have is the one green. But like I was telling you, if you work fast enough with those things, you can almost have some rudimentary wet blending if you just spray them on top of each other fast enough. It's kind of a weird way of doing things, but it is definitely. It was way faster than fooling around with any airbrush. Like I said, I'd still be trying to prime like a third of them. Much less, again, having pretty much all of them rocking and rolling, ready to go here. We'll be on that Council of Miniature Painters on Sunday night there. I was able to show off a bunch of the Cyber stuff. First time anybody had seen the game tiles outside of just the pictures that have been sent, folks. Yeah, Uber Yeti, I'll try to send you some pictures of that after the stream. There's many more tiles to design. That's one thing I did see. Is I still have a bunch more tiles that I got to design. Everybody check out that YouTube channel that Uber Yeti just shared. Where are we at with it? It'll be too late. I'm going to just try some of this maybe. And that's just going to go right about there. All right. Let me get the, yep, that little darker line right in there. A little bit down in there. And I'm going to do some mixing of that. Take my Indian, maybe some of this. There we are. Yeah, just doing a little bit of this up in here. Okay, so let's see. It's well, we've been doing this 3 hours 45 minutes. That's 3:34. Well, that's kind of early for him. But thanks Uber Yeti. I'll definitely I'll try to remember that. I mean, he should be popping up there. It's weird, Uber Yeti. I would raid somebody after looking for him. And then after I did the raid, it would seem like 5, 10 minutes later, it would say, "Oh yeah, Mike Moans is streaming," and I'm like, "Wait a minute! I just was looking for him. What's going on here?" So we will definitely head on over the way of Mikey. Ooh, what we need to head over to is some reflected light. Jeez Louise, look at this down here. Ain't nothing. I mean, that's simple enough to rectify. We're going to grab some of this, a little bit of that blue there. Okay, I just got 2 fingers on this brush here. That is it. That's all we got. There you go. And that's the nifty thing, Uber Yeti, about doing the method I was doing. Because otherwise, right, we have to either like get paint down in there, but I was able to get some, and it's not just black. That's the nice thing. I was able to get some brown in there, even a little bit of. Well, I'm gonna try and get some like a violet one too. I don't have that. So yeah, we're gonna try and get ourselves some of the spray colors that we've never gotten before. Now that we've found ourselves a new little technique, I'll certainly use them. Oh, on the tiles, yes, the game tiles for sure. For the initial blast of paint on them. Now this needs a non-bluish light. There we go. Grab some of this. Fine. Actually, we've had a couple of the genuine radiants out here. Radiant green and radiant turquoise. Yeah, now that it's not Adepticon imminent time or whatever, we can start to get back to some of the regular paint colors, like say the radiants, which means you'll be seeing things like again the radiant turquoise and such. Ah, there we go. A little bit of light in there again from this guy here. Let me see if I can't bring in some of the phthalo greenies here into some of our Jada crystal. Over there. Fine, we'll get some of that up top there. A little bit there. And we're going to do this. A bit more of our light right in there. Trying to get a little bit of this reflected up in here. Because we got the round, basically almost like knuckles there. Take that out a little more. Nope, I don't want to get too much of that on his arm right there. Now I'm gonna backtrack with some of our flip it. There we go. That is better. More of that reflecting down here on his leather pouch there. Nope, lighter. Lighter. Up there. On 2. Okay. Smidge more reflected light under that. You can see that's got a little bit of warmer core there. Back to my floral blue from right in here. I might even go a little bit here. There's my phthalo, a little more of the floral blue here. We'll make that a little darker up on the top there. And then try to maybe create some facets on this as well. Another little dry brush over the top again with this, put the darker stuff there. Now to create a crystal on the top. Oops, wrong brush. Ah, good. Still got some of my fast matte white here. Look at that. Sharper edge there. Contrast is more than just light versus dark and edges. Guess what? That's another contrast. Edge contrast. Sharp edge. It's going to stand out much more than say some of these softer edges on the face, right? There's a piece of fuzz on the end of the brush. Just trying to get rid of that. Okay, good. Got rid of it. Bam. Look at this. See how that really stands out. And now try and create some crystal-like features here. Down you go there. And another one here. I think we'll attack it this way. Yeah. Okay. Whoops. Get that little bit of light over there. To the dark stuff we go. A little bit of phthalo green in there too. Right up at that very top to kind of create these sharper. We didn't want it to be a round, and we want it to be more crystal-like. And now that definitely reads as more of a crystal there. I think we're missing an area of light in here. So I'm gonna take this here. One sec. I thought so. Hit that as well. And a U. That's some more like it. Now we're talking. Okay. Back to this darker stuff. You know what? I might even take some of the indigo. Mix that so it's indigo green. because we need indigo green. Try this side now, or this facet, I guess we could say. Oh, we're missing a little of our... No, that's not going to do it. Not going to do it. I'm going to try... We'll do this guy after we do the light stuff here. Let's not be hasty. Don't be a hasty little hobbit. First up there. Around that. Now up here. This one too, I don't think... Yep, we haven't gotten that facet yet. Okay, now we got it. And then to this, before I forget it, because I will, let me hit this thing over here, this bad boy right down in here. Is missing a whole bunch of its light. To the floral we go. Nope, that is still too dark. I'll try this now. And there we got it. Is nice. I might can use a little bit of that blue floral right in there. Touch more up in here. Also there. More of that. Here we go. Got that. And that's very, 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 very translucent. Kind of a turquoise cyan right there. Getting a little more this here on this hood there. Let's maybe start thinking about again some of our might be doing some of our texture there too. After we too much paint, or maybe too much thinner on the brush. Here we are. So Merlin, Arthur can do a little bit of this as well. So Merlin and Arthur, they're about well, Merlin kind of prevents the corruption from happening, whereas Arthur kind of repairs. Merlin, what would you say? He's more of a preventive. He's an ounce of prevention there, Camden. That's, I guess that's the phrase. Essentially, Camden, Merlin can kind of, if you want to, I guess you would say a defensive spell, maybe, Camden. Would that be the term for it? So that's how he tries to protect. He can protect the power node there that way, Candace. So he just, again, if he puts basically kind of a spell of protection on it, it means that Mordred has to spend more resources to try and corrupt that particular tile. If that makes any sense. Now that is going to go this way. That's going to go over that one. Gotta get the lighter side here. And what's interesting now, Camda, is that I have to really start to think about, okay, if they should again, become corrupted, then what happens to them? There's that. Because in the Battlestar Galactica board game, there, Camda, each character, they had it because of what would you say, what their skill set was. It would be like, let's say, Chief Tyrrell or something like that. He could spend way less resources to, say, repair a damaged area on the ship, obviously, than somebody say like a Rosalind or a whatever, or a pilot or something like that. It's a tricky balance there, Camda, because you don't want characters to just like, okay, if something, you don't want a situation where it's like, okay, we don't have the what would you say, the kind of skill set to fix this, so the game is kind of over just because, if okay, the one person that had the skill is either not here or they're corrupted or something like that. You don't want it to just become, well, too hopeless like that. So that's why I'm kind of trying to spread things out a little bit, and that Guinevere can also do, especially if it's kind of Guinevere that's this Guinevere as opposed to the other one. So this Guinevere here has much more capacity for, again, kind of repairing tiles, or making it just more difficult, again, for tiles to be corrupted in the first place. Now, again, this I want this to be too light, but I'm trying to get me a little bit of texture here. Little bit of texture there. Well, in some ways, I guess you could say it is Uber Yeti because, again, it's a war in cyberspace. None of these guys are actually corporeal. The once and future king shall return in the hour of greatest need. There is no description of when, there is certainly no description of how. And a dude on a horse with a sword doesn't really, I don't think that is terribly helpful in today's day and age. However, in cyberspace, where, I mean, you have individuals and nation states kind of duking it out all over the place, maybe that is where the greatest need is. And again, Lady of Shalott is she is the mainframe. She sees it all in her mirror, which is, of course, the mainframe. And if there is too much corruption, well, the mainframe essentially shuts down. Now, thanks for hanging out, Doge. I know that you couldn't quite do the sound thing there, so appreciate you being here, Doji. And thanks. That I was kind of hoping, Doji. It wasn't really so much. There's a little bit of texture kind of in the sculpt here. I just thought, well, let's use this as an opportunity to maybe do a little bit more texture wise. I just thought that it might just be fun, especially for people to see it, because I don't do that very often either. So yeah, that was kind of what I was thinking. Now, of course, what happens if Merlin then becomes corrupted? I would imagine any kind of protective spell or something like that. Well, that's gone. That is completely gone. And the idea is that one of the main phases of any player turn is placing of a tile. And I was kind of hoping that the act of placing a tile itself would perhaps maybe breed suspicion in some of the players, where they say, "Wait a minute, wait, what you doing there?" And you say, don't worry, it's all good, it's all good, it's part of a plan. And they say, I'm not so sure we like this plan. So there's, I guess you want to say maybe there's some table talk there. I was thinking he just starts doing very mischievous spells there, Uber Yeti, like making people's shoes be tied together. Yeah, that's what he does. Try and catch, yeah, there's a little bit of our texture right there. Because I didn't want it to be like you're trying to resolve a specific crisis. There's maybe potential crisis that you would have to reveal. So see you later there, Doji. Again, have yourself a good one. Lighten this up a little more over there, yeah. That too. And try to work on, I'll get more of these guys down here. That edge there. Yeah, I think we still need to try and get a little something on the opposite side of these. That on his no, I'm gonna try and get me a little bit. That's gonna be too light probably. Let me work over with this. Okay. I mean, I want to get some skin tone on his face up there. At least a little bit. I wonder, is this going to be too light for the... actually, that's just about right. Just about right for that area there. A little bit of that touch more down there. Is this going to be too late? Or is it... Nah, I don't think it's too late. Just trying to get some stuff here on the... And this leather pouch right here. And of course, they say, okay, well, how do you win? How do you lose? Whatever. It starts to come down to, how many fractured tiles are there? Fractured tiles are not as, shall we say, as detrimental as fractured nodes. Yeah, those become corrupted. That's I believe it was going to be somewhere in that. Well, also too, I was thinking maybe different game lengths. So the faster version would, okay, the first two, three, if there's three corrupted nodes or something like that. There can be other types of conditions where, let's say, okay, it becomes down to more character corruption. And that's where Camda, it starts to come into more of a scenario-based thing. So you can play, there's like a base game, and essentially it's the same game. You're just you're changing the, I don't want to say the motivation, but The mechanics basically exactly the same, but instead of just like, okay, well, we're gonna just place some tiles again. Oh gosh, what the heck is it called? The Firefly board game there, Camda. That was I was not a fan of that game whatsoever. But one of the things they did to try and make it well a little less crazy was again a scenario type thing. There's one where like everybody only it's like all you're trying to do is just get a bunch of money. You're not necessarily trying to do all these other things, and you got to be solid with this guy or that guy. It's just like nope, just the first to get to this dollar amount is it. And you pick your characters and stuff before that, of course. So for all intents and purposes, there, Cam, that you would be rolling on scenarios, and again, I think that's now with Firefly, since there's a lot of cards, I think you just shuffle a deck and you pull a card. Cam did. That's one of the reasons why I went with the smaller tile size because I could fit those on stream. So it's semi-cooperative there, Uber Yeti. So again, think along the lines of, say, the Battlestar Galactica board game, where it's cooperative, but also not. I mean, I suppose what's the game with all the zombicide, right? I guess that's another one where it's cooperative until it's not. And I believe the game changes based on like the board or the tile layouts or something like that. So yeah, we're very much working very hard on the game too. Not the miniatures, the game, all of it is being worked on simultaneously. But the last thing to do is to kind of just be don't want to be hasty, right, Camda? Being a hasty hobbit with game release is also not a good idea, right? So trying to put a little bit of subtle under and over in these here. And what I wanted it to be was, with us with the Battlestar Galactica game, it's you haven't even started playing yet, and everybody's accusing each other of being a Cylon. We're not even playing the game, and they're just like Cylon. So you want some replayability. Certainly don't want it to be the same thing every time. Maybe we'll work it. There we go. Okay, a little bit of over, a little bit of under, and over here, and under there. Do we have a sharp enough edge on that? Yeah, it's going to have to be sharp enough. I should probably try to work in a little more of my dark down in there. Yeah, let's stick with this. I wonder. Now, first I'm going to do this. I'm going to sharpen up that edge, then do this, and then another thing. There we go. And then I think now we've got it set up for some of our lighter stuff here. I do believe Well, minus this piece of fuzz on there. Come on, there we are. It's hard to believe, Cam, that it was only about this time in February that I even started working on any of the Cyberthurians. And I believe it began with Guinevere. I think that was the very first one. Because I think I was trying to. I forget what the heck I was trying to do, but yeah, it just ended up with a really. I started thinking, wait a minute. I was looking at my Arthurian paintings, and I said, what about taking that? So I think because she wasn't in the side panel, she was in the main panel. I also had the portrait. I wasn't sure what I was gonna get. I liked what I got so much. Well, obviously, I kept on going, right, Camda? So it all pretty much started there with that one. Let me do this, and of course, there's the. I think I remember that I've told you about the series of paint. I never got a chance to paint them, but I did all the drawing. You can see them on the blog. There was, I think, 6 of them. And remember the lady that did the masks. I was going to try and start looking at those pieces, see what the viability is for making some sculpts of those. Do I have? I don't know if I want to put too much more light down here. We might just have to say that is good enough. Oh, some dark over here. That's what we need. That's what we need over here. Let me get some of this blue infused into that. On his boots down here. I was like, that's what it was. That's what we're missing here. That little bit of dark over there. Okay. Now again, that's just weathering powders right there. That's just weathering powders. We did the same thing. I was on Mordred. Yes, on Mordred we did that. Kill that. There's another over there. That is an under. So eventually, see, we're starting to work in our overs and unders here. There's another one. Let's see, so we're about, what, 4 hours, 19 minutes in? Yeah, the thing we had to, early on, the big thing was establish the source lighting, of course. That was the most important thing is okay, well, what kind of light's going to be on his face and such. Down here, same deal. We ran ourselves at least 3 or 4 film noirs on this thing, too. To kind of demonstrate again that whole contrast is more than just light versus dark. Let's see if that's going to be that way. We're going to do it over here. That will be an under there. Work in. No, we've got ourselves 2. Yeah, we have to change this around. We got 2 overs and unders next to each other. Not a probs. We got this. There. That was easy enough to resolve. And of course, the whole idea with these sculpts is what is, what's the cyber, what's the ancient, to the point where even the character cards were designed with this idea to kind of obscure again, is it if it was too high tech looking, that would not wouldn't really be what we're trying to convey with the story. They working on this little bit that way, okay. Now I want to try. And we were talking about infusing a little bit of green out here. That's what we're going to do. Not with this. I'm going to grab one of my other. These here. Camden, I was thinking that with the nice sharp edges of this framework around it, that could again provide a couple of levels worth of contrast there. Not just the light versus dark, not just the saturated versus unsaturated, but also that edge contrast. Now here, let's see what happens with this green. This is the chromium oxide green, and we're not going to put it everywhere. Just kind of throwing a few little tidbits here. Not a ton, just a little bit in some of our recesses here. That's it, just a few little ones. More of that. Right down in there. Some of it here, yep. Nice. That. So get just little hints of that green. That's color goes somewhere, right? It must go everywhere. Also, I'm gonna try to get these guys a little bit of lighter green on them too. Oh yeah, this is another make it epic basing element here. It felt very strange, Camden, to be putting like basing bits that weren't mine on there. Yeah, that's like I said, you get mighty used to your own stuff really, 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 really fast. My goodness. Fine, I'll use the Indian red. Some of our yellow there. Too light. Van Dyke, no, burnt umber. Now we're talking. And that's again that's just a measly old Series 1, right, Camden? Now again, I'm sure that like the full on, the whether it's Williamsburg or whatever of that would be really, really, really potent. Oh geez, hey Camden, why don't you share some stuffs in the chat there? Like because you got your fabulous Medusa there and some of the other stuff. Yeah, why don't you share some stuffs in the chat there, Camden? It was a long time ago. It was like well over 4 hours ago, I think, when you last shared stuffs. So definitely do that. I'm gonna see if I can. Let me take some of my indigo here. I'm gonna try to get underneath all of this. Poof, there we are. Mostly trying to indicate a shadow there, like as in a cast shadow. This is another thing I was kind of hoping to do here, was on this to create almost like some panel lines here. have to do a similar thing over here. Down you go. Another one here. Another edge along there. And then, oh, I wonder if this is going to still work. I think it will. I think it can work. Not too much paint. I'm going to deposit some of that elsewhere. And then go for, again, a little bit of panel lineage there. Cut that off. There's that's way too much. Not a problem. We're just going to do that. All better. I want here. Let me get. Oh yeah, this is also. No, that needs. I can maybe get a little bit of the kind of almost yellowish stuff. Then under here, this would be its reflected light, which is actually the reflected light is the real color of what's actually there. Is that kind of goldish color? That literally is what's actually supposed to be there. Nope, that's going to be too. Let me take some of this in here. A little bit out to there, and now that. Okay, just to kind of doing like what we did on the other side there. Let me see. I wonder. Oh, there we go. More of our sort of gold color on that. A little bit there. That needs to be much darker there. Yeah, okay. That was a little bit not making sense there. Much more sense. Again, another sort of a panel line, panel line up there. But here, nah, I still like the idea of that and having a bit of shadow to it. Now, let me also here. Let me try one more round of our floral blue in the eyes there. I thought so. It's like I think there's a little bit of fuzz on that brush. Sure enough. Over here. So around the eye, not too much. And around that oculus there. Okay. Oh, and that's the other thing too, Camda, is that oculus there represents a little bit of foresight. So in other words, this right here, that that the character, the player of that character, could maybe have get a little bit more insight into the intentions of, say, somebody else. in that corruption point, and maybe in certain scenarios, the corruption point wouldn't be obvious. They wouldn't be out there for public display. So that that Oculus could represent in certain scenarios where chance where he can actually look at that kind of hidden loyalty situation there, or divided loyalty in the case of Lancelot. Yeah, let me go back to this blue. Yeah, okay, that just, for whatever reason, that didn't quite work the way it was hoped. Some light on the underside of that, some light up here, and then maybe even a little light along the top of that. Okay, and I think that did work there. Yep. Something with this now, yeah, a little bit there. Touch here. Let me get me all the stuff out of that brush, then come back to it here. Couple extra little lights along his fingers there. Another one right along the edge of that. Now this over here. Let me work some of the paint out of that brush. And maybe here we'll just simplify that. I just got a little there's too much stuff going on there. We'll simplify that. That I think could also, let's make that a little darker on the edge of this too. That might just be the trick there. Yeah, I think so. Actually, I think so. Here's a bit of that oxide green. Just gonna little tap tap tap. Here's some of it. Can't color go somewhere, must go everywhere, but we don't want people to really be able to locate the green in the cloak there. Let me scroll on down here. More green over here. And that's super, super, super subtle there. Not too much of it. More of that green. This side, hadn't really had a chance to hit this yet. Yeah, I mean this well, this one has a little bit here. Now actually there is some over and unders on our Guinevere there. I forgot about that. And that's when I was working on that during the Council of Miniature Painters thing on Sunday. I had already painted that on stream, That was one of the ones that folks were kind enough to buy at Adepticon. And again, eventually, all of these files here, once we've done enough test prints, kind of gotten successful support regimes for them and all that kind of stuff, then they will be made available more publicly. Initially, to folks on the Patreon page. Because we are using these also too for tutorial videos. Like our Galahad one here. This was a very fun exercise. And guess what? Shiny gold non-metallic metal. And now this is when I'm going to be filming the next episode in this series here with our Nimue. So that was after episode 1. Obviously translucent cloth and shiny armor. That's pretty much the main focus of that one. And again, we're going to be filming episode 2, well, later today. That should be darker there. Taking, again, some more of our really dark stuff here. Perhaps a little bit of it, yeah, see, just tighten that up. Also, we needed a bit of almost like a cast shadow there. Take that down a smidge there, and now over here, this is a little wagon. I'm gonna get some of this sort of kind of grayish blue here, not too into. There we are. There's a weird hard edge on that. That didn't make any sense. Now again, flat Thursday, we typically, well, it kind of dates we're doing something like, say, a bas relief like this. It depends kind of what I can get printed out. I actually have a whole bunch of figures all printed and prepped. The reason why I said, well, it depends what we can get printed, because, well, we're making a major change to the printing areas. As in, there will be a point where all printers are kind of like taken down and being moved around. So I might just go with stuff that I already have prepped on Thursday, which would be mostly the miniatures. The Arianrod potential flat that I have, well, that is not terribly, that's not small enough to fit on camera here. Now there is another possibility. Heavens to Murgatroyd there, Cam, that we actually go like absolutely flat, as in like an actual painting on a piece of illustration board. So there's that too. That might happen. I try to. Yeah, it's a little too much weird light in there. I'm trying to darken some of this down a little bit. Back here, that also didn't make a whole bunch of sense right in there. So yeah, Uber Yeti, there would hopefully, by the end of this week, there will be 4 operational resin printers. Some snazzier than others. Some way older than others, as in like very, very ancient old. This down here is a little, yeah, we need to get more of just the dark of the cloak in there. Now I think it's working. But now, as we're approaching the 5-hour mark here, now it's 4:30 in the morning, and I would also like me to have some chow here. I think it's time to go join Mike Moan's birthday stream. Which means thanks to everybody for all the bits and the subs and the follows, the cheers. Also, thanks to Armored Wolf for doing the moderations like always. And again, well, we'll certainly have more of our Cyber Thurians, but think it might be another miniature or bust, even on a flat Thursday. So again, there he is. They're gonna maybe zoom out a little bit so you can see a bit more of him here. Oh, thanks, Camden. Appreciate you being here, and thanks, Uber Yeti. So there you got your texture there, got your knot work there, and then well, some light sourcey type things right there. So here I'm gonna get the raid countdown underway here. That was very, very, very fun. Really, really enjoying painting these guys. Big old guys like so. Again, I will catch everybody on Thursday.